for on a Saturday afternoon. You could have done a lot of other things, but you are here. That tells that you want to learn something. Okay, so let us wait for one more minute. Okay, one sec, one sec, one sec. So let's wait for 1 or 2 minutes. So sec. Mm. Yeah, yeah. Good afternoon, Mohammed. Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Let me see whether I'm live or not. Good afternoon. Yep, I'm live. Let us wait for 1 or 2 minutes more. Then we are going to start. So yeah, so we started. Okay, let other people join. They will join. We started. So let me share my screen. Okay, so we are live on LinkedIn also. Hope you all know about me or you have gone through my profile. If you don't know, let me tell about it. Okay, we are live on LinkedIn also, but I will tell people who are watching on LinkedIn, please do come on YouTube. That is the main platform, and in the sometime the LinkedIn thing will be over also. I see a lot of people joining from LinkedIn, but please join on YouTube because it will go away on LinkedIn, and this is a totally certification course. You'll get a nice certification from our registered company. You'll get the certificate if you do this 4 hour workshop. Okay, this is a 4 hour workshop, not the user 3 hour workshop. We will complete projects also this time because it was highly demanded from us that we do the projects also. Those are new here. You are going to go take a treat, like if you even if you are from non-IT background, first half an hour, first 50 20 to 30 minutes I will tell all about like what is there, what is going to be there in this workshop, what path you have to take, all those things. Okay, so this is my LinkedIn profile. This is about me. We're live on LinkedIn also. So, but as I've told, please, people are watching it on LinkedIn, please do come on YouTube and check it out. Maybe I will give the YouTube link also in some time. Okay, so thank you all. My name is Nabindu Bishwas, and I have helped more than 1,000 people in the first year to get this started idea. The first year because we have started recently, only 1 year back. Only we have started. I'm a corporate trainer. I'm a React.js teacher. I'm a mentor, YouTuber. YouTube because this is going on YouTube, and but I was not always like that. I am an ex architect in InnoMinds. It's a product based company in Bangalore. Then I have worked in Oracle and JP Morgan also. Those are very big company in the world, and I have total 16 years of IT experience. But before becoming a trainer, I was like my last job was as an in a Bangalore-based company. Associate architects are the top of the ladder, like one step below the CTO of a company. Okay, so that was what I was doing like for the past 16 years. But teaching is my passion, so I went into teaching, and now I teach people, freshers, experienced people to get into web development, to become a developer. I help corporate to teach corporate like big corporates, not like small corporates. Like in Bangalore, Hyderabad, top 10 corporates also are my clients. So I teach them to help the fresher be a developers. Okay, that what I teach, and I have my own batches also, both on YouTube, both paid also, and offline also. Offline also we do at Bhopal. So I worked in like Bangalore and Mumbai for most of my life, but for the past 1.5 years, okay, our company is 1.5 years. Came to know right now. Okay, so for from September 2021, we have done this TWD. It's a registered company. So 1 year 6 months. I am the main founder and the main teacher, but I have other teachers also who are like very good. like who will come after me. One is Mosam, we will take it through CSS. One is Hari, we will take it through JavaScript. They are the best. Okay, so if you go to our YouTube channel, you'll see that okay, they are also there. So that is about me, and you can go through my LinkedIn profile. So this is my LinkedIn profile, and you can go through my LinkedIn profile, send me a request and all. Okay, so that is there, and this is our company. This is a company, my like main view, and beside this, a lot of you want to get the certifications, and yes, we are going to give you the certification. And how do we get the certification? Okay, how will get the certificate? We gotta get a nice certificate. Maybe I have a certificate somehow, so I will tell some. Okay, if I have a certificate somewhere, okay, no problem. Okay, so you'll get a nice certificate for attending this, and yeah. So how you will get the certificate? Okay, you'll get the certificate. You will fill the attendance form. This is the attendance form. So we are not going to send this attendance form a lot of time. We are going to we have two attendance forms. So one will be sent around 3:30 p.m. IST on the live chat. On the live chat only, nowhere else we are going to send. On the live chat only, we are going to send the first certification at around 3:30 p.m. IST, and the second certificate we are going to send. It's a Google form. So how we are going to send? We are going to send it like this, and we are going to send this link, and when you fill it, we'll get all the data in the responses. Okay, so that's about Google. So what you have to fill it? So let us go through this form. What you have to fill there? Two attendance form, one at around 3:30 p.m. IST, and the second one will be given around 6:30 to 6:45 p.m. IST, because we are ending at 7 p.m. IST this time, not at 6 p.m. This is a 4 hour 4 hour workshop. Okay, not a 3 hour, 4 hour workshop. Okay, so we have increased the time because of the popular demand, because people want to do projects also, and this happens every Saturday. Okay, so those who are new here, or those who want to tell their friends about it, they can tell it, because we know a lot of colleges have like right now exams going on. Okay, so that is there, but it is not only for college students. I'm going to get back to that, but why it is not only for college students, why everyone can become a web developer. Okay, so that is there. So what you have to do? First, you have to give your valid email ID, because we'll be sending you to your email ID by Sunday night. We'll be sending you the certificate there on your email ID. So if you give a wrong email ID, it will be difficult to send. Okay. Although we can consider, if you like, some people do like Gmail, like GAML, something like that. We might consider later on, but we generally have an automated system through which we're going to send it. Okay. And so it might bounce if you give a wrong email. Then the name, whatever name you want on the certificate, you have to give that. Whatever name you want on the certificate, you have to give that. And then the YouTube, and we are doing so much of free. So we want you to subscribe to our YouTube channel. The link is there. You can subscribe, and we also want you to follow us on Instagram, in which we give educational content. And thank you all. We have recently reached 1K subscriber on Instagram. That is there, and I want to know that what is the current role. Like, you are a non-IT professional, production support student, because I was into production support for a long time, like more than 5 years. But I got into the IT, and I got into the top of the IT before resigning my job to become a full-time trainer. Okay, so I know what's the pain the production support people goes through. So if you are production support, please feel free to head it. I was in production support for more than 5 years. Okay, so then your LinkedIn profile. If you have your LinkedIn profile, please fill it. It is very nice to give your LinkedIn profile. I will tell it later on why it is very nice to give a LinkedIn profile. If you have it, I'll tell it later on. Okay, so now, before starting with HTML, want to tell something more. Yeah, you're going to learn HTML, CSS, JavaScript, everything that everybody like that you can learn from other places in YouTube also. So what's the difference? Like, if you can learn for free for everyone else, why you're not a developer yet? So there is a reason behind that, because you're all are confused that what to learn, what not to learn, and all these things. So the thing is that you just don't have to filter out the noises. The main thing in life is to filter out the noises. So to filter out the noises and only learn HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. No Python, no PHP, nothing like that. No data science, and not all those things. Even AI will rule the world, but you are not going to. If you want to do PhD, then you go for AI. Then you go for data science. If you don't want to go to do PhD, then don't go for data science. They're all data mining jobs. Like they'll not even pay you 10,000 rupees. Okay, so that is that. So only learn HTML, CSS, and JavaScript if you want to learn. If you want to give less effort and earn more. Okay, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You do these three things. All of you who are coming here might be like got an advertisement from maybe from a Scalar Academy or some other place, and they also might be telling you the same thing. 100% everybody of you have got some as advertisement, most probably from Scalar Academy. Okay, so you all can go through their site also and you can learn that you have to learn these three things. Okay, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Okay, to get into development, but only this HTML, CSS, and JavaScript are not enough. You need to learn one more thing with that. Without this, there is no job, which is React JS. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React JS. These are the things which are required. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React JS. These are the things which are required for you to get a job. Okay, so these three things, these four things. React.js is a JavaScript library which is used to create this complicated layouts like this. Okay, with pure JavaScript we generally don't make. So this complicated layout means what? Since 2010, everything has become a web app. In this things like everything like in my tab, like there are like one, two, okay, okay, six tabs are open. Okay, and out of those six tabs, actually four tabs belong to React.js and two tabs are created using Angular. Okay, these two are Angular. Angular is also a JavaScript framework which is used by Google. Okay, so these two, the front end, the front, see how complicated the front end is. If you remember like 10, 15 years back, there was no Google Sheet, there was no Google Form. Everybody used to use like Excel. Now also people use this, but most people don't use Excel. Nowadays, everybody uses Google Sheet. What is that? What is Google Sheet? Earlier, it was the age of desktop apps. Now it is the age of web apps. Nobody uses that much like Microsoft Excel anymore. Everybody uses Google Sheet. Even a person who's not from IT, he uses Google Sheet. It is totally free. This is Google Form. Actually, this gets converted into a Google Sheet. Whenever you fill this thing, I will get it in a Google Sheet. So that is what, that is all web app. So but web app have a complicated backend. You don't have to learn those backend. Most of the things here are in the front end. This whole thing has been created by a front end engineer in a framework of JavaScript. So he knows all the three things like HTML. He knows in HTML only he gave the structure. HTML, let us see like if Google allows us to see something. So HTML, no, this is very complicated. HTML, that person give the structure. Then CSS, he give the styling. Then the JavaScript, the functionality like this. I click here, but they didn't just created it in JavaScript. They created it in Angular. Like what happens when I click here? The API call is going. What is happening there? So those things are given by JavaScript or Angular in this case. So bigger apps are generally don't make it pure JavaScript, like, but you cannot escape these three things before going to React.js or Angular. So rest of the things, except Google products, the whole world moves on this thing, which is known as React.js, which was created by Facebook. See this complicated, this is not an easy thing. This is the complicated thing. I'm clicking here, it is happening. Okay, it is happening. So this is all what front-end engineer does. See, this thing also happens here. This is all front-end engineer magic. This is not a back-end thing. This is all front-end engineer magic. So this is also happening. This is also happening. This is all front-end engineer magic. This is all front-end engineer does. This is all drag and drop functions are there. Okay, so that is there. This is all front-end engineer things. As Tim say, this all are happening. Then it is stored and all. So this all front-end engineer thing, they are made in React most of the time. And it is created like this complicated site like LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, like anything except Google is made in React. The front end is in React. So that's why so much demand for React. This engineers is there. Even if I come here, this if I go to my profile, my like video is playing. How this video is playing? Okay, this is impossible 10-15 years back. But this is playing through JavaScript only. API call is been made. So these are all are there. Then so what you have to do, so you have to do only these four things, but you have to follow some things. Okay, these three secrets you have to follow. Again, I will tell this thing, and that is there. And connect with us. If you're there in the WhatsApp group, connect with us and ask us what more things we have to do, and what path you have to take. Maybe we will give you the playlist also. We have a very good playlist, the order in which you have to do. So but that playlist learning and all those things are okay, but you have to do something more than that. You have to do something known as networking. You have to do networking. Okay, so you have to go go on LinkedIn, connect with people, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook group. LinkedIn is very important. Okay, LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook group. You have to go. Facebook groups have also got some very nice things. Okay, so LinkedIn is the most important in India right now, and LinkedIn is they have the biggest number of users in India also. So why LinkedIn is very important? Because of LinkedIn, I have become what I have become. So I have a lot of connections on LinkedIn. Okay, so if you see, I have I'm reaching 27,000 connection, and soon I will touch the LinkedIn threshold of 30,000 connections. You can have followers more than that, but not connections. Okay, so I will soon reach 30,000 connections. So if you have that much connection, means I am actually connected with a lot of people from the industry. Also, these 30,000 connections are like almost every top people in India are there. I'm a LinkedIn influencer, so that's one of the reason. Also, I ask the LinkedIn profile from you, because if you are connected with me, be sure that you are connected with a lot of good people. And another thing is that if you are connected with me and if you get this certificate, we are going to give you one more thing. Okay, I'm going to give you visibility. Okay, so I'm going to tell you one more secret today. That is that the LinkedIn, there are a lot of influencers like who have this many connections. They take money. They literally take money to promote you. They take money like 4,000, 5,000, 10,000 rupees to give only one post. And we will give that post to free of you, because people like me who are LinkedIn influencer, they take money. But I'm going to give you like free. And what I'm going to give you a free, I'm going to give you the reachability. See, previous week, this many people attended. Okay, so and got the certificate, but only one person gave their LinkedIn profile. So what happened? I only promote that person at the rate tag. And you have to give your LinkedIn profile also, and please get connected with me also. Sometime what happens, like a person name is very common. So it is like, so when I tag you, so I think everybody knows what is tagging means, at the rate tagging and all these things. You all are coming from Instagram. So you all know this thing. Okay. So when I tag you, you reach to so many people. You reach to my 30,000, 27,000 people. So that is what is happening. So this is what is there. Okay. So just do this thing. Okay, so give your LinkedIn profile. Okay, so that is there. And if you don't have, please start create ASAP. So that is very important there. And because you have to do something, I will tell. Okay, so LinkedIn, this networking, okay, but you have to do this really, this thing. This is very much required, like code 2 hours daily. It is very, very, very much required, like coding 2 hours daily. And the other thing is that you have to take part in challenges if possible. But these two things, like LinkedIn and coding 2 hours daily, is very much required. So what is like, suppose I have a good profile on LinkedIn, then what? So my profile is very good. Okay. So this is my intern profile, Bhargav. Okay. So he's like my intern, but he has done one of my physical batch. He's from Hyderabad actually. So he has come here, and this is like his profile. So his profile is so nice, like what he's doing and all those things. Have a lot of connections, and also, and what he does actually, he posts also, like he recently created our site. So I like in React actually. Okay, he was a mechanical engineer. Now he's working as a React developer. Okay, the other thing is that when he was like intern at my place, so and intern is right now. When he was learning, he used to do a lot of React.js project and used to post like this. So this is something which you have to do. You have to do a lot of projects and post like this. If you do 15 projects and post, and if you don't get a job, then just send, then there is something wrong in LinkedIn. Okay, if you post 15 project on LinkedIn, and if you start connecting with people, if you have more than 1,000 connections, you'll definitely get a job. That is my guarantee. You'll get a job. You don't have to ask for a job. You'll get a job. Okay, but you have to create 15 React.js project for that thing. Okay, so enough of this, all these things. Okay, so let me also give the first attendance, and then we are going to start with HTML. Okay, so this is how I give the first attendance. Um, um, Attendance one. Okay, I will also give it on LinkedIn, but please, people who are watching on LinkedIn, please come to. mm, okay, I'll give it on LinkedIn also. Attendance one. But people who are watching on LinkedIn, please come on YouTube, because I think the second attendance cannot be given on LinkedIn. Because what happened in some time, the LinkedIn streaming will go away. LinkedIn doesn't want allow you to stream more than I think 1 or 2 hours. I will give you, please watch on YouTube. Please watch on YouTube. LinkedIn people, please watch on YouTube. Okay, so we've done enough. So let's get started with HTML because that is what you're here. And you told what we have to told. So let's get started. And people, please start filling. See, I'm seeing the responses. This is how I will get the responses. I don't want to show the response, but we'll get the responses like this. So I can see 18 people, and I will keep on pinging you 18 people, but only one person have filled till now. Please, all of you, please fill. Okay, so one sec, I will tell on the uh, WhatsApp group also. Attendance one have been given on live chat, so that is there. And let's get started with HTML. Okay, so okay, so HTML. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. We give the structure of the code with that. And that is the first language you have to learn to become a web app developer. But even before starting there, you have to install something known as VS Code. Okay, VS Code. You go here, you will get this VS Code. I'm getting this download for Mac and all. You might get it for Windows if you're connecting from Windows. It is totally free to install. So please do install it. This is a very lightweight code editor. It doesn't require much of computer power, and you need a laptop. You need a laptop to become a developer. It's like very difficult without a laptop. Okay, so that I always say. So try to arrange for a laptop. You don't require a very new laptop. Also, a 10,000 rupees laptop is more than enough to become a web developer. You're not going to become a mobile developer right now. Mobile development requires a good laptop. Web development doesn't require a very good laptop. Okay, so a lot of people tell me that they don't have a laptop, so that's why I was telling. So you download this, and how to download it and all. So those instructions also I have. Okay, so that is there. And on a channel, if you want, I can give you on a Windows how to download it. I have it, but it is like a same thing like downloading next, and you will get it. Okay, so now once you install it, you will get something like this. You will get something like this. Something like this will open, and then the best way to like code on it is you have to create a hi Abdul Razak. So you have to create a folder. Okay, create a folder. So best place to create a folder, like if you don't know much, is to go it on a desktop. You have Windows on a Mac, it doesn't matter. Desktop, new folder, all right. H Wait, it's not coming. HTML basics. All right. Okay. And then what I'm going to do here, I'm going to take it and put it here. Okay. Like drag it. Like I'm dragging it and keeping it here. Then I will keep it here. mm, Like this. Okay. So now we have this thing. Now, how to create a file? So the file, I will go here and do a index.html. Index.html. Okay. So why .html? Like we have .jpg files and all, we have like programming language need to have an extension. So we have an extension of .html. So index.html. Anything you can name can be anything, but mostly the home page is given the name index. Okay. So I have given this with this I created a new file. Then I can make it okay, small also. Oh, like this, I can click it. I can make it small because I don't want it right now. Now I want the basic structure here of HTML file, just like everything. HTML is not exactly a programming language, it's a templating language, but there is a basic structure in the HTML. And that I will do a shift, not. So why we're using VS Code and not Notepad plus plus or Notepad in Windows? Because this comes with a lot of like shortcuts and all. Okay, or else you have to type everything. If you use Notepad plus, you have to type everything by your own. So I've given not, and then press a tab or a enter. What it is doing, it is giving me the whole HTML structure, and I will tell you about this HTML structure now. It is giving me the whole HTML structure. Okay, and here this doc type HTML is there. Okay, first thing is that this doc type HTML, it is written. So what is this doc type HTML? Doc type HTML, HTML tags are like greater than, less than, like this. It is there. So this doc type HTML means this is HTML version 5. HTML was released in the year 1993. So in 2015, version 5 came. So this means that. But except this, most of the tags have some ending and a like starting and the ending. Starting and ending. Okay. Starting and the ending. Okay, starting and ending. And hi everyone. So starting and ending, and let me see. Okay, 13 people have filled the attendance on. That's good. Okay, so everything have a starting and ending. Like this HTML tag is a starting and a ending, starting and ending. Like this head. So lang English means it will be language English. Okay, then HTML tag have two things. One is the head and the body. Head, we will going to soon see where the head will come, and there is a body is there after this head. I will change this to maybe HTML. Okay. Then what is there here? In the head, we have this meta tag. With this meta, and meta. What is this meta? What is this meta? So meta is not meta. Like it is not Facebook. Facebook name is Meta. I think most of you know. It is not that. It is something to do with Google. Why it is something to do with Google? Because this meta tag contains some information about the website which we are going to create right now. It contains some information about the website which we are soon going to create. So like the keywords, every website which is there on the internet have got some keywords associated with it. That's how Google index your website. Like maybe for this website, okay, so maybe for this website there is some keywords associated with it. Okay. Code editing development, something is there, but there will be keywords which you give. Okay, so that's how you come to know about it in Google. So like this is from Microsoft. So suppose I go to Google and search for free code editor, like this. I can search for this free code editor. I'm searching, and even this site is coming. This site is coming. How it is coming? Coming on the first page of Google is very, very tough. So this is known as digital marketing or search engine optimization, and that is done with the help of this meta tag. You give keywords here. You give keywords here, and then it will come with that. When you give keywords, it will, you can give that. Okay, you give keywords here, and then it is done. And this is not the work of a linear developer. Okay, this is mainly the work of a digital marketer. So I'm not going to deep dive into it because I also don't know much, but I know that this is like you can give keywords here, and because of that you can, like, your site gets ranked high in Google. So okay, so we are going to work on what the developers work. This title was HTML which I have written. It will come here. Now we will write the main thing. The main thing the developer works is on the inside the body tag. And HTML is all our learning about different tags. And we are going to cover all the important tags today. Okay, so first tag which I'm going to cover is the heading tags. Okay, so heading tags. Okay. So I've written this thing, but I don't want this to be shown to the end user. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do control and backslash. This is known as commenting. This is only for the developer. So now I will write a H1 here. And again, see this VS Code is so nice. I written H1 and then the tab it is completed in. Okay, so heading 1. There are totally 6 kind of heading. Heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, heading 4, heading 5, and heading 6. Okay, so then there is something known as paragraph tags, and paragraph tag will write as P. And let us put this thing, and I will save it. But where to see this thing? So where to see this thing? So see this thing is there. Okay, so we will go here. This is the index.html. So how to open a HTML file? You have to right click, you will directly, if you double click it, it will open in your default code browser. My default code browser is Safari. I don't want to open it in it, so I'll right click, open with, this is there in Windows also, you'll get all the browsers which you have installed. So I'll open it with Chrome, so which is here. So see, this is how your things will, okay, thing will there. Okay, YouTube link will not work, so YouTube link will work. Okay, so YouTube link is there on my channel also, it will work. Okay, so YouTube link, someone is asking from LinkedIn, like YouTube link is not you from my LinkedIn profile in my portfolio also, like you will get the channel link and all, so you can get it from there. Let me check why it is not working. So it will work. One sec. YouTube link not work. Okay. So like link join. Okay. So please join here. It will work actually. Okay, or else directly check my, okay, so that is there. Okay, so let us continue. So this h1 and p I have given, so this is coming like this, and this is how your website will generally look. Okay, so this heading tags, like this, see their heading tags like h1, maybe I will make it h2 3 and 4 5 6. Okay, I will do it, and I'll do it. So I have changed it. But the thing is that heading tags like comes like this. One, two, three, four, five. Okay. Five, six. Okay. One, two, three, four, five, six. And VS Code is the most used, whatever is there. Okay. So that is there, and this is how it is coming. Should I learn HTML, CSS, JavaScript? HTML, CSS, and then start with together. First, learn HTML and CSS because CSS is something which is which needs practice. Okay, so which needs practice. First, learn HTML, CSS, then go to JavaScript. Okay, so all have their own complexities. So HTML, CSS, HTML is nothing. CSS is the thing which requires some practice, or else it doesn't comes. JavaScript is like again another different ball game. Like you need to know good a bit of programming. So you come it to it later on. Okay, so so heading 1 to heading 6 I've written, so that is there, and now actually I've changed it. Okay, so this headings, first let me tell, this heading tags comes one after the another, and these are of different sizes. H1 to H6 are different sizes. Paragraph tag is like paragraph, it is like this, but all of them have, you if you can see, like some spaces after them. Okay, so I will just change something. So, but I've changed it, but why it is not showing it here? Like I changed it to H2, H2, H5, H6. It is not showing because I have to come here and close this also, refresh it, then only it will show. So it's a very big pain that every time I change something, I come there and refresh it. Okay, I come there and refresh it. Okay, so that is there. So Java script will be told later on when JavaScript will start. But Java and JavaScript are like two. I will tell right now when JavaScript will start. The person will say. So Java and JavaScript are like two different things, totally two different things. Like it is like one is a, if is a one is a car, the other one is a truck. So this is like not, they are not. Okay, oh no, I'm taking giving a wrong example. If one is the car, then other is an elephant. They are not even the same species. They're not even the same species. Okay, Java and JavaScript are totally different thing. So don't even confuse them. Okay, and more of it will be told later on when the JavaScript will get started. Okay, Java, without JavaScript you cannot run a website. Website requires JavaScript. Java is something which was earlier used throughout the world. Everything like a website, like a lot of things used to made in Java. But Java nowadays is restricted to only backend languages and a bit of mobile development, but that also is now Android development. But that also is done nowadays with something known as Kotlin. So Java, the age of Java is over. Like how many years back Java was actually used? Like 15 years back Java was used. JavaScript age is over 15 years back, and 15 years is a long time in computer history. But sorry to say that in most colleges, still Java has been taught, still C++ has been taught, which are like I call them dinosaur languages because they are dinosaurs. They are not being used anymore. Okay, yeah, the correct thing is like Java is a dinosaur and JavaScript is a Ferrari car. Correct explanation. So as a language. Okay, so correct comparison. Okay, one is a dinosaur. If you want to learn dinosaur, you learn dinosaur. You want to learn how to drive a Ferrari car and get your career ahead, learn JavaScript. Okay, so this is there, and VS Code is like this. It is coming. Okay, so paragraph. So I was telling that if I refresh, then only the changes are coming, which is not a good thing. It might be a good thing for a Java developer. Like if you, I've done Java. Like in Java, you have to compile and wait and then run the jar file and all those nonsense you have to do. But for a JavaScript developer, like for us, it is hell. Like why I should I have to again refresh it. I'm not a Java developer. I'm a JavaScript developer. I don't want to wait for those things. Okay. So what does the JavaScript developer does? He install a extension. So extension. This VS Code is useful for extensions. Extensions are those short programs which is helpful in doing something. So there is it is like adding some additional functionality to VS Code. So there is a you come to this tab, then you search live. So there is a thing known as a live server, which is created by a person known as Ritvik. There you install it. So this is a very popular extension which has got I think 3 crore downloads. Okay, 3 crore downloads it has got, because what it happens, it helps us JavaScript developer to get ahead of the Java developer. How? So if I come here and I've installed that extension, right click and open with live server I do, or I can go live from here also. I'll get that. Open with live server, let me do. So it is open with this Safari. I don't like it. So I'll go here and open it in a new tab. Now, what's the benefit of going through this? This is by this is known as localhost. You don't have to learn more about it, but this is known as localhost, and this is like opening it from the desktop. Okay, so what's the benefit? Now I'll go here and do a P again, and this time I will type something known as mm, uh, I don't know what to type. So what people JavaScript developers do at this time? Sorry, I'm taking too much JavaScript. Okay, what does web developer do at this time? There is something known as lorem. Okay, there is something known as lorem, which is like 200 years old text. It is known as lorem. Okay, lorem ipsum. This is a popular name. It's see this. It is like it was used when the printing press was invented. See, like this printing press was invented at that time. From that time, it was there 200 years old, because people want to see how the text will look when we are printing it. So at that time, lorem ipsum was created. This is there till now. So there are a lot of lorem ipsum generator which you can do, but you because we don't know what will be the content sometime. Okay, so and VS Code comes with inbuilt lorem ipsum generator. So that you write lorem and then you press the tab, it will give you all these things. Okay, it will give you like a dummy text. It is not a real text, but if you see it like this, you'll see it like a real text. Now the benefit of live server is what? See, I have not saved it. I will save it. I'll save it. The moment I saved it, there was a auto refresh happened, and this was like put here. Auto refresh happened and this was put here. And the other thing is that if I come here, see, I still don't have it. So I have to manually refresh it. So I don't want to manually refresh it. You don't have that much time. So the moment I save it, I want it to come here. That's why we use something known as a live server. Okay. So that is there. Now, mm, now in JavaScript, in HTML, there are two kinds of tags. Okay. These tags are known as block level element, and these tags which are there, they are known as inline element. Why? No, everything is a block level element. There is something known as inline element also. So why they are known as block level element? Because see, if you see this heading one, after that there was a lot of spaces. Heading 2 could have come in. Heading 3, 4, 5, 6. Everything could have come in one line. Even this paragraph tag, everything, half of it would have come after here, but it is not coming because it is known as block level element. it takes its own block. Like it takes its own block. Now there is some other tags which are like inline element. So one of them is known as anchor tag, okay, or link tag also. Link tags, okay, I'll do this again, and it is like a you have to give, and again the shortcut is given, and in this I will have like two anchor tags. First one I will give like href is an attribute in which you can give any link. Okay, any link you can give. Let me give okay, LinkedIn. Okay, so href you can give any link. I will give my LinkedIn, and I will write here window then and okay, so I will give my YouTube also. And PWD, right, we have it. Right. Okay. I'll now save it. See, both of them are coming one after the another. So they are inline. First thing is that they're inline. Even if I have like two more here, like here and here, they will come one after the another. So this is the these are inline tags. They will come in the same line. So in line. So that is like this. Okay. So another thing is like I will add here in the second one, I will add a target equal to blank. Save it. Nothing difference will happen. But if I now come here and click here, it will go to my LinkedIn. So this is what the anchor tag is there. All of you might have click on anchor tag sometime or then anchor tags are everywhere. Like this, you see this site also, LinkedIn also have anchor tags. So wherever you get this blue color things and all, these are all link tags. So these are all link tags. Okay, these are all link tags. Okay, so that is there. Now the other thing is that TWDYT I have written. So this I have taken something known as target equal to where it is. Okay, okay, where is the underscore blank? Save it. Target equal underscore blank I have done. So something. So what is the difference between this target equal underscore blank if I take? The difference is that if I click here, see it is opening in a new tab. It is not opening in the same, it is opening in a new tab. Okay, it is opening in a new tab. Okay, so that is the difference. It will open in a new tab. If I click here, which doesn't have target equal underscore blank, it will open in the same tab. So generally you should give target equal to blank. Why? Because no websites want to take you away from their link. Okay, so of them like LinkedIn doesn't want to take you away from their site and all those things. I'll show you this thing. Okay, so anything you go like in LinkedIn, I will go and so they all are internally using target equal blank. See, this is my LinkedIn profile and there is a link tag here. Okay, so I will click here. Is it opening in the same tab? No, it is opening in a different tab. Why it is opening in a different tab? Because these sites like LinkedIn, Facebook and all earns, if you are there, the more time you are there, they will earn money from that. So they don't want you to go away from their site. Even if you go away from their site, it should be open in a tab. So that's why it is done. Okay, so that is there. Now we have done this thing. Now, as I've told, HTML is all about learning about different tags. So the next tag which I will going to tell is the list tag. The list tag is like there are two kind of list mainly. One is the unordered list, and I will have a list item here, and then item one, two, three, four, five. So this is unordered list. This will have this dot 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 dot. Okay. So this is known as unordered list. Similar to that, we have a ordered list also. And it can also have this item 1 to item 5. So I'll have these things and I will save it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is there. Now if I have a sixth one here, I'll save it and see 1 2 3 4 5 6. It is coming like this. Okay, so this is the like a ordered list is there. Okay, so that is there. Now the next thing which we are going to learn is the form tags. So form tags are very important, but we have come a bit down. So before going to the form tags, I'm going to tell about another tag like HR. HR is known as horizontal rule. It will create a line. It will create a line, but the thing is that it is creating a line. And one more thing is that it doesn't have an ending. Some of the tags doesn't have an ending. Very less tags. So this see most of the tags have an ending. HR doesn't have an ending. Then there is another thing known as BR. BR means break row. It will have a space. I have two more here because what I'm going to do, I'm going to create my form tag inside it. But why are form tag required? And form tags are the most important tags in HTML. Form tags. Yes. Why they are the most important? They are the most important because they are used to take the data from the user. When you have gone to Facebook and registered there for the first time, what you have to fill? You have to fill your name, you have to fill your age, you have to fill your email, you have to fill your gender and all. You have to give your date of birth. Let us create something like that. Okay. So whenever you want to take the user data, you use the form tag to have those input boxes and all. Form tags are used throughout any web app like Facebook. The post you do, that is inside a form tag. So there are a lot of things in a form tag. The form tag, the main thing is that it will be wrapped by a form, and then it will have a combination of input and a label. So I will tell more about it later on. So label, let me complete it. For label, name, and I'll have a input. By default, it's type text and name equal to name, ID equal to name, and I'll have one more here. Email, 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 and I'll have one more. It is like age, 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 but this one will be number, number, age. David. So see what is coming. So from this label, the name is coming. From this label, the email is coming. From this label, the age is coming. Input boxes are the main thing. Because of the input boxes, I'm getting this thing in which I can write something. Okay, in which I can write something. And here, the input type text, I can write some text. And input type number, I can write the number. Okay, and I will get this to increase also. So this is the difference between input type text and input type number. But let us understand two, three things here. So first thing is that why is this label and input? Because label and input always comes in a pair. For every input, you have a corresponding label. So in that you have to write. But so this two are a pair, these two are a pair, these two are pair. So they comes in pair, these two are pair. But how do I know like they are a pair? I cannot just say that okay, they are a pair, so they are a pair. It is not like that. How can I say they are a couple? How can I say they are a pair? Because they wear the same engagement ring. How their engagement rings are same. So this for you're seeing, so for have a something known as name, and ID have also something known as a name. This should be same. For this for and ID should be same. For and ID should be same. So that is how they are a couple. They are a pair that way. So for and ID are same. For and ID are same. For and ID are same. So that's why they are a pair. That's how they are a pair. Okay. And what is this name tag then? Type equal to text we just understood. Okay, type equal to text, I can write text, type equal to number, I can write number. But what is this name then? Name is that what uniquely identifies it for the backend. At the end of the day, when you type your name, email, and all those things in the Facebook and send the hit button, it goes to the Facebook server and saved it. How it goes to the Facebook server, and that also we teach in JavaScript. Okay, but for that you need JavaScript. Okay, so but the front end should be able to send it to backend. So that's the name is record. I will tell it in soon, like why the name is like here only, how the name is used. Okay, that I will tell. Okay, so that is there. Now everything is coming in one line, which actually I'm not liking. So right now we have not learned CSS. Okay, CSS we have not learned. So we don't know how to like how to put it in, like how to put it in next line with CSS. But we just came around the block level elements, and there is block level elements take its own line. So there is a very popular block level elements which is known as a div. Actually I want a name and this to be in one line, this to be in one line, and this to be in one line. There is a very popular block level element known as div. So I'll do a div, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to wrap it in a div like this. I'm going to do another div here, and I'm going to wrap it in a div. Then I'm going to do a div here, and I'm going to wrap it in a div, save it. So see, it is coming in a different line, but still I don't like it. Like they are quite close to each other. I can add another div, but it's better to add a br, decro, decro, save it. So they're coming in different. I'm liking it. Now we'll learn about a bit more form tags, because form is the most important thing. So another I'll have a div, and the next thing which we are going to learn is okay, text area label is meant 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 text area. Yeah. ID also is there. Rows and calls I don't need right now. So this, but see one thing, text area and difference between text area and input box. Input box are self-ending. Text area is not self-ending. You have to end it like this. Okay, I'll save it. Now, what is this text area? Text area is multi-line comment, and this is like this is very popular. You might have seen this thing like when you do a post on Facebook, when you do a post on LinkedIn, when you do a post on Instagram, something which is like this text area come. Although it is very beautiful because beautifulness is coming from CSS, but the structure comes from here. Okay, if a very good example is like that, what is this HTML, CSS and JavaScript? Okay, so HTML is like building a house. When you build a house, the bricks and all those structure you have to build, terrace you have to build, all those things you build it, but it is very ugly looking. You see at a house which is just building under construction house, how it will look. Once the house is all the walls and everything are built, then you paint the house. So building the house is like HTML, and the paint the house, make it beautiful, make it very beautiful. Like everything is done, painting, everything. So that is CSS, how to make the house beautiful. But even if the house is beautiful, it is not livable because your electricity is not working. How is your electricity working? Like that electricity you have to fix and all those things you have to do. And then that is JavaScript. When the electricity is fixed, when you click the button and the fan will suddenly start. Click the button, the light will start. Click the button, the AC will start. That is the work of JavaScript, the event, gathering the event and doing those things. So that is the context of the languages. Okay, so that is there. So div text area, it is like a multi-line thing, always there in Facebook and all. This is good, you can do like this here. Okay, so that is there. Now the next thing which you're going to learn is the known as drop down buttons we are going to learn. And again, the label, color, color, and select, color, color, to red, red, color, blue, blue color, green, green color, I would save it. So this is a drop down. Drop down are very popular. You go to any popular site like Amazon and all, you'll get this drop down. You know what is the drop down. So yeah, so in Amazon and all also forms are used heavily. Like you go there, they have a drop down, they have a search, and they have the input search. They have like we are soon going to see something more like checkboxes on. Everything is there in Amazon.com. You go there, you find everything. These drop downs are also there. These drop downs are like this. I can select anything. Again, the foreign ID, name is like this, name is color. What is this value? So the backend doesn't needs like this whole thing like this red color, blue color, and all. In backend, something will go. You see that the color equal to red, color equal to blue, color equal to green. Something will go. Whatever we select, it will go like that. So that is the like this drop. Okay. So that is there. Now the next two things which we are going to learn is I'll go Dave, and then I'll do a show. What do you own? I'll do, and we're going to see something known as a checkbox. And one more thing is there. It is not required to have your input field ahead and then the label. Okay. So I can have an input field later on first also. Input type is checkbox. Type is checkbox, and ID ID equal to vehicle one, ideal vehicle one, and name equal to um, maybe ID equal to bike, name equal to vehicle one, and there is the value here also, value equal to again a bike. So where is the label? I can have a label after it. Okay, so label like this for, and for should be same with the ID, so it should be bike. It should be bike, and R R R and vehicle two. I'll save it. So what do you own? Show, and the bike and car is coming, and I can choose any one of them. So this, no, choose both of them also, one of them or both of them. So that is a checkbox. Multiple choose we can do. Now the but see one thing like here, one is vehicle one is vehicle two. The name is different. Now the next thing which we are going to do is the radio box. Okay, the radio box we are going to do. So radio box, a very popular thing is to take is the gender. Gender we always take through radio box because we cannot have multiple genders. So I'll have a input type input type radio, and here also ID equal to male, name equal to gender, include gender, value equal to male, okay, or male, male, female, 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 other, other, other. Right. So like this, I'll do save it. So this is a checkbox, male, female, other. When you choose one, the other is gone away. Other is gone away. So this is like this. And one more thing is that the name is gender in this. Okay. Here the name is different because radio box you can choose only one. So radio box is also known as radio box group. Okay. So vehicle one and vehicle two. So the name is here the name is different. Here the name is different. Same. Okay. So now the last thing which is remaining here is what? Is a button to submit it. Let us have that. So button can be like there are two kinds of button actually. One is this button I'll do, and here I will write SUBMIT. But in this button, when a button is inside a form, you should always have a type equal to SUBMIT. And there are buttons like outside a form also, which is a button tag, which doesn't require anything. Like I'll have a send here, save it. So both of them will create a button, but this is a special kind of a button. I'll show why. See, in this button I'm clicking, nothing is happening, so everything needed to be done with JavaScript. But this kind of button is very old button, so because HTML CSS is older than JavaScript, so earlier JavaScript was not used and it is not required. This kind of button JavaScript is required. Okay, so how this kind of button is used? So suppose I write here everything tomatoes like this. This is good, blue color, by car, mail. Now watch, when I click this, watch closely two things. One is what happening here, and one is what is happening here. Watch these two things closely. If I click it, something happened. First, something was sent, then this page got refreshed, and whatever I written has gone away. So something has gone first. Let us see what has gone. Let us cut this thing. Okay, cut this thing, and inside this form only I'll paste it. This name equal to tomatoes, which I have written here. So from where the name has come? Name has come from here. So name equal to tomatoes. Then the email. So email. So this email is going from here. At the rate is going like this, age. So whatever I given the name, so that's the name is very important. Text area, whatever I've given the name. So this is going like this. This is good. Color is blue. So color is blue is like this color is like blue, not blue color, blue. This is going. Now vehicle 1 and vehicle 2 will go different here. See, vehicle 1 and vehicle 2 is going different, but gender is going as 1. So this is how this works. Let me save it. Okay. So now this is done. Okay, so this is how this is different. Button type submit is different, which is used inside a form. So now we will look into the last thing, which is a image tag. And after that, we start with CSS image tag. Images are very important. So how to put the image in HTML? So we should put it through the IMG tag. Okay. And there are two ways to put it. So I'll put two images. So what is the best place to take images which are royalty free? This is this site. Unsplash.com. It's a royalty free image site. Even if you take from Google, they are not royalty free. So this is completely royalty free images. Okay. So maybe these two images I'll take, these two images. Okay, so one I will take like this, click it. And the best way to take an image is how? The best way to take a image is to download it. You should always, but I will take a medium image and download it. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new folder here called images. All the stored image in images folder. Then it is downloaded. Join Finder and okay, it is in another site. Okay, so see, this is downloaded. So I'll click it and I'll drag it and put it in the images folder. So it is now here. Okay, so now I will use it, src images and whatever is there. Then alt I will write as psk.top. So this is one way, and the other way is like we click any image and right click on it, copy image address and paste it. But this way is not good. Maybe the link changes. Okay, and we'll see that also. Like I will like the VRIDG rich and save it. The moment I save it, it will show both of the images. This is image, and both of the images are very large. So how to fix it? Through HTML, you cannot do much to fix it, but you can give the width and the height. So I'll do the width equal to maybe 600 and height equal to 400. Same thing I will do it here, save it. So it will be done like this. Okay. So this is how you can do CSS. We can do much. Okay, so that is there. And but what is this alt tag? Alt is something which like okay, so alt is something which is very important. It is shown if somehow the image is not loaded. Maybe in the I internet connection goes away suddenly, which happens a lot. Okay, so then you see something as a broken image. I cannot cancel my like internet connection, but I make this. This also happens a lot of time. The developer gives some wrong address like this. There is no nothing like this. Splashed.com. So I'll save it. Now where the image is gone. See, I'm seeing a broken image and this bridge is been shown. Okay, so we are done with this HTML. Okay, so hope you all have filled the attendance form. Okay, let me see. If you have not filled the attendance form, please fill the attendance form. Now CSS will be taken by my colleague. Awesome. Okay, so he'll take the CSS part and thank you all. So now the CSS will start.
So, hi all, and a warm welcome to all of you on this special day where we will be conducting the boot camp first time for 4 hours, where we will be taking the projects also this time. So, while the meantime, let us wait for some time. While the meantime, I have the settings. So, one second, one second. It just uh, so just checking the things. One second, one second. Mhm. So one second, just checking the content. 1 minute, 1 minute. So, okay. So let us start with today's topic, which is CSS, and we will be covering the projects also this time, same in JavaScript also. So I hope you all know the full form of CSS. CSS is basically cascading style sheet, and it is used to decorate the web page. Fine. So let me have a structure, and in this structure, let us discuss what is this all about. Fine. So let me go live. So this is the output. My by default browser is Safari, so you will get the output here only. So there are three ways in which you can add CSS. First one is inline. Second one is internal. Third one is external. So these are the three ways in which we can add CSS. So you can have the output here. Now 1 second. Okay, so uh 1 minute, 1 minute. Okay. So okay, so inline, internal, and external. Now Inline means in the same line. In the same line means directly we apply CSS to the HTML element. So let us apply, let us check this and apply here. So 1 second. We use the style tag, and in this style, let us use a background color, and background color, let me check with the blue. So instantly it gets applied. Now second is the internal. Now in this internal, we'll use the head tag to apply. We apply the same background color. This is somewhat a pink kind of color come here. Now, if you see here, this is the second type of CSS. This is the second way in which we can add CSS, which is the internal way. Now, third one is external. External means externally some kind of a thing. So that is what we are doing. So externally we are applying CSS, and in this external way of applying CSS, we need to create a file also. So let us create a file .css, and in this style file, let me apply background color in the form of RGB, and RGB where the range will from 0 to 5. Now, as soon as we have saved it, the property is not coming. Why it is not coming? Because there is no connection between the CSS and the index file. So let us use a link tag, and in this link tag, the same bit gets established. So that is the way in which we can have the three ways. So these are the three ways in which we can have CSS. First one is inline, internal, and external. Inline applies directly to the HTML element. Internal applies to the HTML file, and external applies separately. Now, let me have, okay, so in all these three kind of CSS, if you have noticed, we have only added a property which is called as a background color. So what is the need of adding simple property? Which, because I just want to tell you that these are the ways in which you can apply, these are the ways in which you can apply the colors. So first one is simply typing the name of the color, which I did is the simply the name blue. So there are around 140 color names which you can use it: blue, black, green, purple, yellow, violet. So 140 color names which you can simply type it out. Now, second one is the pattern in which I used a hash kind of a thing. So this is a hash kind of a thing, and in this hash kind of a pattern, if you have noticed that it contains six. After hash, it contains six alphanumeric characters. So these characters represent the color in a pattern of RGB. So double F stands for R, double O stands for G, double A stands for B. Okay. Now third one is purely RGB format which contains the color. So let us check out how these things are going on. So let us take the reference from the W3 school site HTML color. And second one is color codes. So these are the 140 color names which you can simply type it. So you can simply type. If you click on anyone, you can have the RGB code, you can have the hexadecimal code, the RGB code, and the HSL code also. Now in the second page, you have HTML color picker. Click on any color. You can have their shade. Simply type the name, type the code, and paste it. Here you can also have the hexadecimal color system, the RGB color system, and the HSL color system. Now, what is HSL? So HSL is again a pattern in which you can add color, where H stands for hue, S stands for saturation, L stands for lightness. Where hue contains the colors, saturation contains the sharpness, lightness contains the brightness of the color. So that is the pattern in which this thing will work. Now, okay, so now After this thing, let us see the RGB. So here RGB, red, green, and blue. So you can prepare any color using a combination of RGB, means red, green, and blue. And in this RGB pattern, in this RGB pattern, you can have, see, simply drag, drag means white, full, and black. So that is how you can use it. Now after this thing, let us have a paragraph and with a lorem content. Now in this dummy content, if you see in this dummy content, what is happening? In this dummy content, what is happening? We have a text kind of thing. So now let us use some basic font properties to apply this on the para. So what we use? We use paragraph, and in this, so let us apply some font size of, let's say, 20 px. And after this 20 px, let us use which thing? Text transform. Text transform to uppercase. You can have the all the text in the capital letter. After that, we can have a letter spacing where we can have the value of 1.5, or let me say 4.5 rem. 4.5 is very high. Let us check out 2.5. 2.5 is also very high. Let me try for 1.5. Seems very high. 0.5 will be good. Now, after this thing, after letter spacing, let us check. Let us check the word spacing. Now, in this word spacing, let us check with 1.5 rem, and you can have the word spacing. Now, after this thing, let us use a line height property with the value of 10 px, and let us apply with 40. So you can have this thing. Now, in this particular thing, if you see, okay. Now, in this particular thing, if you see here, okay. So we have some basic font properties which we have added, and these font properties, if you see, are of font size 20 px, text transform uppercase. Uppercase means everything will get changed to upper, means capital letter. Letter spacing means spacing between the letters. Word spacing means spacing between the words. Line height means spacing between the lines. Now let us see the selectors. What are selectors? So here st is a selector, p is a selector. The entire thing inside the curly bracket is a declaration. This thing which I have selected is the property. This thing is the value. So that is how this thing will go. Okay. Now after this thing, after this thing, let us check out. Let us have another paragraph. Okay, let us have another paragraph. So we have paragraph, and let me use a log of 10. Now, no. What is happening here? If you have noticed here, the set of skies which I have applied to this particular paragraph will get applied to this one also. So why it is happening? So for this thing, if you have noticed that we have not, we have not we have not uh, we have not 1 second. Okay, so we have not declared that which set of property to applies to what. So for this particular thing, the introduction of classes and IDs have come. Fine. So classes and IDs. Okay, classes and IDs. So in this particular thing, if you have noticed, classes. What are classes? So classes and IDs both are used to target the HTML element. Fine. Now, if you see here, this p tag are the HTML elements. Okay, and this is used to target the HTML elements. Now, why these two things are there? So, a class can be used multiple times, but ID can only be used one time. So that is the main and primary difference. And after this thing, dot is used to highlight a class. So let us apply class with top, and here let me use the ID bottom. Okay, and hash is used to highlight. Let me use p dot top. Now see. Now what happened here? This particular set of style will only gets applied to the first paragraph. So that is how we have segregated, we have differentiate that which needs to be applied to what. Fine. Now let us check out the ID, how ID will work. So we have hash bottom, will use a font size of, let's say, 45 px. Now you can see hash bottom is used for the hash bottom is used for what? For the second paragraph. Now let me have the next thing, which is called as the box model property. So box model property is a very important property, and that box model property contains of four things. Okay, first one is content, second one is padding. After padding, we have a border, and after border, we have margin. So this is the structure of a box model. The box model contains of a content. After content, we have padding. After padding, we have border, and after border, we have margin. So this is the structure. Now there are some ways in which we can have 1 second. We can have this padding and margin separately. So what we do here, let me apply for padding left, let's say 10 px, padding top 20 px, padding bottom 30 px, padding right, let's say 40 px. So for different sites, we have the different padding. Padding means the internal space across all the sides, means for top, right, bottom, and left. Now, for this thing, similarly, we can apply the margin also. We have margin top, let's say 40 px, margin left 30 px, margin bottom 20 px, and margin right 10 px. So that is how this thing will work. Now, these are the ways in which we can apply padding and margin. Now, after this thing, there is one more way in which you can have padding and margin. So let us check that also. We have padding of, if I use 20 px and 40 px. So 20 px is for top and bottom, 40 px is for left and right. Similarly, we can have for margin 40 px and 20 px. So 40 px is for top and bottom, 20 px is for left and right. So these are the ways in which you can apply the padding and margin. Now, after this thing, let us switch on to the flex box. So what is a flex box? So Flexbox is a, but before going further, let me have the structure. 1 second. X and 1 second. Okay. Now let us have the flex. So we have index.html, and second we have style.css. Now here in this thing, let me have the structure first. We have flex, and in this flex, let me link this also. And after this thing, let us apply the flex box properties, how this flex will work. Now, what is this flex? Flex is again a display property. Fine. Flex is a display property. Similarly to float and block, flex will work like that. Now, let us see how this thing will work. So here, let us apply some styles. Okay. So 1 second. Okay, so these are now. Let us discuss something on Flex. Flex is basically a display property, and it is being again managed by WST School. Now, in 2015, a major upgrade has been happened in CSS, HTML, and JavaScript, where CSS Flexbox and CSS Grid has been introduced. Fine. Now, second most thing, the role of CSS Flexbox and Grid is to make the web page responsive. You can have the responsiveness with the help of, you can have your page have the responsiveness with the help of the CSS Flexbox and CSS Grid, and that is being made to minimize to have the usage of media queries as low as possible. So that is how this thing will work. Now after this thing, let us apply flex. So the rule of flex is flex will always be applied to the parent container. So we have display of flex and see what happens. Now flex. As soon as you apply flex to a parent container, the entire content inside the container will align in a single row. Fine. So that is how it will work. Now after this thing, what happened? As soon as now there are two type of axis in flex. Okay, row axis and column axis. Row axis is from left to right, and column axis is from top to bottom. Okay, so that is how this thing works. Now, and after this thing, uh, let us see, Bhagav, let us see the second thing. So what is here means, if we change the direction of the row axis, okay, if we change the direction of the flex, what happened here? 1 second. Okay, so here, sorry for the interruption. Okay, so here if you have see the flex, okay, so in this we have seen the display flex. So as soon as you apply the flex to the parent container, what happened? The entire thing, the entire items which are placed inside that parent container will get aligned in a single row. Here what is happening? Row. Row means the main axis which works from left to right, and the column means the cross axis which is from top to bottom. Now let us apply a let us apply the let us apply a border and see what happens. Border of it say 40 solid with black color. Okay. Now after this border, let me use a inline flex property. So we'll have inline. Now see what happens. So here in this inline flex, what happened? The border ends where the item ends. Okay. So what happened here? In the item ends where the border ends. And in this, one more thing I just want to tell you, when we have simple flex, it works in a different pattern. So let us check out the next thing, which is called as a flex direction. Now here, by default, the direction of the flex, which is row only. So we have FD flex direction as row. By default, it is row only. So if I change this to column, what is happening? So entire thing will aligned in a block pattern, means in a vertical pattern. And now what is happening? As soon as we give the flex direction to column, the main axis will change to cross axis and the cross axis will change to main axis. Means the main axis is now top to bottom and the cross axis is from left to right. Fine. Now let us add a height of 100 vertical height. So it will have no impact. Now after this thing, let us see. Okay, so let us check this class. So we have a common class dot box. And in this box, let me fix the width to 300 px. Okay. So what I did, I fixed the width to 300 px. Now what is happening? Irrespective of the size. Okay, so that is how this thing works. So we have the display of container, sorry, dot container, display of flex, a border we have property we have, and a height of 100 ps. And for the dot box, we have a display of 300 px. Now, if I use a flex wrap property, flex wrap, see what is happening. Wrap means it wraps everything inside it. So see, as soon as the next space after item number 3 will be equal to 300 px or above 300 px, see, that is called as responsiveness. Now after this thing, if I make it 33.33%, what is happening? It will stick as it is. It will stick as it is. So that is how this thing will work. Now after this thing, okay, now after this thing, if we want to create some spaces internally, we'll use a border of, let's say, 5p. We have created the border internally. We have created the border space internally with the help. We have created the space internally with the help of the border property. So that is how this thing will look like. Now after this thing, let us check out the next thing, which is called as the flex box or the ring property Now, how this flex box or the ring will work? So, flex box ordering means the order. So, what we do for this thing, we'll have a plain flex. And here, so if I want to change the order, so what I do here, dot box 3, and in the dot box 3, if I give the order to, let's say 6. Okay, so now it comes out and arrange themselves after the end of the item. Now, if suppose for dot box 6, I want to change the order to 8. Now, if I want to put something between this thing, order with the help of this property. So the logic, what is the logic behind? So the logic is the least value of order will comes first. The highest value of order will comes last, and the in between will comes in between. So that is how this thing will work. Now, after this thing, let us check out the next thing here in Flexbox, which is called as the alignment and centering. Now, what is this alignment and what is centering? So let us have a structure first for we to understand the alignment and centering property. So for we'll have a plane. This is what it looks like. Now, after this thing, for this parent container, we'll use the justify content property. Copy solid black color. Now, in second one, it is not getting. Oh, okay. Now, let us apply the justify content property in order to place the item. So we'll have the value of we'll have flex start. So by default, it is in the start only. Okay, so it will not show any movement. Now, if I use the justify content with the value to flex end. And by the way, Flexbox is nothing but a flexible box where you can place items. Okay, so that is the main definition. Flex start, flex end. We have the next will be center. After start and center, we have the next, which is the space between, space around, space even. No, space between means between the items, spaces will get created. Space evenly means evenly the space will get distributed. Space around means on all the sides you will see the space. So that is the difference between space around, space evenly, and space between. So you can very well check it out yourself while applying this property. Now, after this thing, let us apply the flex direction property and see how this thing will work. So we have FD flex direction to column, and in this flex direction to column, we'll use a minimum height 100 VH. Okay, we have the 100 VH. Now, after this thing, what we do here, we have a display of flex, the border we have added. Flex direction is the column. But minimum height what we have taken is 100 pH. Now, now one second. Okay, 1 second. What is happening here? Minimum height is 100 ph. Seems good. Something is not perfect. Okay, so let us apply the justify content properties. So how this thing will work? So we have flex of start. Now after this thing we have flex of end. 1 second, it is not moving. Dot container display flex. Everything is fine. So 1 second. Display flex, display content flex. If I apply and minimum height, let me remove it. Or will use minimum height of, let's say, okay, okay. So we have the flex of start, flex of end, everything will be in the end. Center, so it is in the center. You can see it is in the center. And after the start and center. So let us have the property which is called as a space between. So you can see the spaces between. Let me change this to 200. Okay, so you can find the spaces between the items. After space between, you have space evenly. So this space will now gets distributed evenly. And after this evenly, we have the space between. So between the space will get created. So that is how this thing will work. Now, after this thing, let us check out the align item property, how this align item property will work. And this align item property, is actually the opposite. Okay, so this align item property is actually the opposite of cross justify item, justify content, because it aligns the items on the cross axis, and cross axis means from top to bottom. Now, for this thing, let me have dot box. We have color as white, font size, let me have 100 px, text line center, and the padding of 10 px. Now for this thing, we check the container. So we have container at display of flex, and all this thing is not required. Simply we apply what we use a border of 5p solid with black color, and what else we can have. Mm, okay, let us have a height of 100 vertical height, and 100 vertical height. And after this thing, we'll use the align item property. So let us apply the align items to. By default, it will be in the start only. And after align item start, we have the next thing which is called as a align item. And you can see the items in the end. After, and we have the next property which is called as a center. After center, the next property what we can see is the baseline property. So for the baseline property, let me have changes in the box. So you can have, if I use a align item to baseline. Now check out this how it will work. So in this align item baseline, okay. So in this align item baseline, if you see here, the base of all the items. Okay, so the base of all the items are common, whether it is irrespective of different size and different shape. So that is how it works. Like, so the base, if you see, of all the items are common, are same, or I can say in the same line. So that is how this thing will work. Now, after this thing, let us see some more flex container property, which is called as the align content, and it basically aligns items across the cross axis when there are extra spaces. So we have the structure, we will follow the same structure, and in this thing, let us do let us have box will use the width to 33.33%. Okay. Now let us apply this thing, and here let me have height 200 vh, and let us check out how we will be using this. So we'll use the X wrap to wrap, and after this thing, let us apply the align content property. So we use AC sorry, align content property, and this align content will use a flex art. So now here, if you see, the entire content is moving top to bottom position. After flex start, we have flex end. After flex end, we have the center. After center, we have the next property, which is called as the space between. After space between, we have space evenly. After evenly, we have a space around. So that are the same set of properties which we have seen for justify content. Now, after this thing, let us check out the next thing here, which is to the self. How we will be how we will applying this to the to a self property. Sorry. So currently what we have seen, what all set of things what we are giving, what all set of command we are giving, it is applying to the whole of the content inside the parent container. But if we want to align a single item, currently what we are doing, what the set of rules what we are applying, it gets applied to all the items inside the container, either it is moving left, right, top, bottom, what is happening. Now, if I want to move a single item. So let us see how this thing will work. So for this thing, let us apply the same set of structure. And in this, we have a display of flex, a border property we have given, a height we have taken, and we have the align item to to. Okay. So for the box two, box two, uh, let's say, okay, so dot box two, but let me remove this thing. And we'll use what is happening for this particular box? We will apply the align self property. So we have the align self to flex of start. So by default, it is in the start only. We'll have the flex of end. So it is in the end, and the last property will be the center. So we have these three properties which works like this. Now, similarly to this thing, we can apply on different items. Now, if I use to one second flex of start, and if I change here flex of end, so you can see this particular item now sticks here. Okay, so now let us see some more flex box, flex grow, and flex shrink properties. How this properties will get applied. So for this thing to understand, let me have a structure here. So one second. So here we have the structure like that. Now in this thing, what we use simply a display of flex. A display of flex means everything will gets aligned in a single line. Now, after this thing, let us check out the flex group, flex basis, and flexing front. So we'll use the dot box flex of 1. So flex of 1 means the leftover space will get distributed equally among all. So that is the beauty of flex 1. Now if I apply for the box dot box 2 here, oh, 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 flex of 2. See, so twice of the space will be given to the box number 2, and one part will be distributed among rest. So that is how you can use this particular thing. Now, after this thing, let me do one thing. Let me reduce the items to 2. So we have only 2 items. So similarly, see how beautifully this flex 1 and flex 2 will get applied. So if I change here 4, see, so 4 times of the space will get allotted to the second box, and one part will get allotted to only the box. So is how this that is how beautifully it gets worked. Now after this thing, let us check out the properties of flex grow, flex basis, and flex rank. So this is how this 1 and 0, how this thing will work. So this one, first one is for flex grow, second one is for flex shrink, and the 0 is for flex basis. Now for this thing, let me apply for box 1. For box 1, let me apply. Let us check independently. Flex basis to 400 px, and we have similarly we apply the flex basics here also. So flex basis to 300. So that is how this thing will work. Now here one thing which we will see here. So if I apply so flex grow fg flex grow to 2, and here also we apply the fg flex grow to 1. So now flex grow. Flex grow means how to distribute the free space between the items. Okay. So like in this situation, what we did, we have given twice of the free space will gets allotted to the item number 1, and one part will gets allotted to the item number 2. So that you can see 2:1 ratio is perfectly managed. Okay. Now after this thing, let us check out the flex grow, flex basis, and flex shrink property. So what is flex shrink? Flex shrink. Flex shrink. I want this to shrink 2 times compared to the second one. So flex shrink, this needs to be shrink 1 time. Now, what is happening for the okay? So let us check out first thing here. See, the ability of an item to shrink when less space is available. So that is how the flex shrink will work. Now here comes to an end of what thing I can say, the Flexbox. And after this thing, let us have a project. So let me see which project we can do. So here, okay, so we will refer the project from the front end mentor side. One second. So we have the structure. So what project we will be doing here? So one second. Okay, so that project will be a combination of I can say Flexbox and Grid both. So for this thing, what we will be picking up a project which uses the property of Flexbox and Grid, and that project I can say, one second. Which one we can have? Okay, so let us check out. Okay, so let us check out. Let us check out. Let us check out. 1 second. So let us check out. Let me close this. Social proof section. So we will be working on this project. Okay. So let us download the starter files. And in this starter files, let us actually चलो भाई. So this is the starter files what we have imported. So 1 second, downloads and master design. Okay, so this is the design. What we are going to, we will try to going to build this particular design where we have a header, we have paragraph, and we have a drop down kind of a structure. So we use some NHChat properties also, and we have some names, images we need to link, and another paragraph, and all these paragraph will have a common set of styles. These boxes I can say will have a common set of styles, and these stars, 5 stars, on all the paths. So I can say most of that in this page, most of the things will be following a common set of styles. Either you can say in this particular pattern in this particular section, or for in this particular section. So here also we have used we have a space, more space, and this also like we this image we need to import. So let us try to build this section. How this thing we will be going to build it. So and what all they have given here. So they have given the okay. So they have very beautifully they have given the SVG images, and this SVG images, the beauty of this SVG images is I can say it the pixels will not get blur even if you are viewing in a large screen or a small screen. So let us apply this. And the style guide. Oh, style guide भी है भैया. So style guide में हमें 2 टाइप के कलर दिए हैं एंड दे हैव गिवन ओके फॉन्ट है स्टैंडर्ड फॉन्ट है एंड फॉन्ट फैमिली लीक्स पैटर्न with the font weight of 400 500 700 they have asked to use. Okay, so let us do this thing. So we have index.html. Okay, we have index.html. Okay, and in the index.html they have given something. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, so they have nothing, they have given nothing as usual. They have only given us the content. This content they have given us. So let us check it out how we will be able to do this. So first of all, this attribute. Let me remove this thing. And in this attribute, okay. So what we do here. So 1 second, we have style.css. And in this style.css, we will first link it. And now, let us start doing. So this thing, 1 second. So the screen adjustment also plays a very important role. Seems good. Fine. So we have the header and paragraph. So let us segregate that. So we have a container dot we have a container, and in this container what we do, we will have the primary section, and in this primary section we have some top. So dot top, and in this top we have the h1. This is the h1, and we have a paragraph. So this is a paragraph. Okay, so we have segregated the things. Now after this thing, let me close this. And okay, so let me have another dot primary content, and in this primary content let us move this whole thing. Okay, so starting we have a div with the class container, we have a div with the class primary, we have a div with the class top, and we have a div with the class primary content, and after that we have a h1 and we have a paragraph. Now after this thing, we will be closing the div primary, and after that we again start with the right side of the page which contains this stars and this content. Okay, so what we do, we have a dot ratings, and we'll use again dot rating and dot stars. Okay, so this is the three hierarchy we have created, and now simple img just icon star. So we have 5 stars, so let us copy it 5 times. So 5 stars we have created. Now, after this thing, after this thing, let us have a para. And this para will contain the content. So okay, so this is the structure post. Now what we do here, we will replicate this thing. We will replicate this rating thing. Okay, so we have this kind of simple control X, control V. Okay, so this is what we have achieved till here. Now after this thing, so we need to close the div. 1 minute. We need to close the top grid. So this will be the top. So now after this thing, let me have a another div for the bottom. So what I do here, dot bottom, and in this dot bottom we have the user review. So dot user reviews, and after user reviews, what else we can have, the user details here. So dot user details, and after that let us have the image. We have the image Bolton. Okay, first image we created, and after that we have to have the name. So H5 we will be taking. Okay, so H5 Colton, where is Colton? And after H5 we have to have and which contains the content as verified buyer. And after that, let me have a class also verified. Verified buyer. Okay, verified. After verified, after this span, we'll have a div, which is the okay. So after this one thing also you need to have. So after this thing, we have a image dot info, and in this info, what we do, we will put this thing here. So we have info. Okay, so we have info. Before info, we have the user details. So we have the info user details, and after that, what we are doing, we will again do the we have a para, and this para will contains the content. This para will contains the content. So one second. No. Okay, so this is the structure. Now we will be replicating this structure. Okay, now so now we close the div as user reviews. After this user reviews, we have again we will be replicating this thing. Second one, who is the second one? Second one is the Iran. Iran, and third one is N. Okay. And all are verified buyers. Yes, all are. The content needs to be changed. Okay. Okay, so the structural thing is done, I guess. These verified buyers are not verified. We have already added. So this is the HTML what we have created. Second attendance. अरे भाई second attendance तो आपने 1 minute second attendance भी चेक कर लें भैया कब देना है 1 minute. Okay, so very good point. Second attendance is also required. So let me share the second attendance link with all of you. Okay. So attendance to link has been shared and you all are requested to please fill it right here, right now. So once if anyone have filled it, please reply with yes so that I can go ahead. Or while the meantime you keep on filling it. Okay, so let us do the styling part quickly. So we have let us remove the internal margin and padding. Okay. And now what we do, we will pick up for the body. And in this body, we have a background image. So we'll use a background image. Images pattern top text top bottom text. Okay, so we have created image. Now need to have the positions. We'll use a background position left top bottom. And after this thing, background repeat, no repeat, no repeat, and uh, font size as they have mentioned 15p. So is it coming? 1 second. Uh, okay, so let us pick the contain. We'll use a maximum width of let's say to 80% and we'll use a margin to 0 and auto. And after that, we'll use the position to relative. Okay. Now after this thing, let us pick up the primary content class. For primary content, we'll use a display of grid and we declare GTC grid template, sorry, GTR grid template rows with a repeat 2 times of 300px. And we'll use the base items. Enter. Fine. After this thing, what we do, we will pick up the top. So we have dot top, and in this dot top, we'll use the display of grid, and we use GTC grid template column of let's say 300px and 400px, and also a column gap, we are looking for this thing to, let's say, 150 px. And from the top, we want some space. So let's say 2 rem. That is how this thing are taking the shape. Now, after this thing, in the primary content, we have a h1 dot primary content h1 font weight, let's say 700, and the colors. So colors we need to take the help from style guide. So where is the image? Okay. So okay, so here, let us have the colors also. So we have for the H1, we will use the color as very dark magenta. After that, we'll have some margin bottom, margin in the bottom, let's say 1 rem. And after that, we will target the primary content error and we'll use the color, this color. Okay, so that is how you will be targeting this thing. Now, after this thing, let us pick up the ratings. So the rating, so this rating we will be picking which contains the stars, which contains the stars and the content. So let us pick up dot rating and we'll use a background color. So they have asked to use the color of this one. And border radius, sorry, border radius property of, let's say, 5px, and a padding of 15px will be more than sufficient. And also, the margin in the bottom is also needed. And after that, we'll use a display flex so that everything will get aligned in a row and justify content to left and AIC align item center and position will be relative. Now, let us use the init child concept to target the second and third. So what we do, dot dot rating init child to from the left to rem. Similarly, oh, for rem and for item 3. For uh, Okay, let me change this to now seems good. And the top of the portion will get created. Now, after this thing, let me pick up the paragraph which is placed inside. So, what I'm doing, so dot rating P from the margin left, I will be giving 15p x and the color is let's say 22% is nice. And we'll use the font size of let's say 1 rem, and also we'll use a font weight of 700 they have asked to use. Okay, now after this thing, what we do, we will target the bottom part. Okay, so for the bottom will again use the display of grid, and we use GTC grid template columns with a repeat auto fill with min max of 200px, 1 fr. This thing will work. And after this thing, sorry. And after this thing, what we use, we can have some grid gap also. So GG grid gap of I can say 10px and margin top px. Now let us target the user reviews. So now this user reviews contains everything inside it. So what we do, dot user reviews will have a background color of HSL percent, and border radius property we will be using to 10px, and after that we'll have some padding of 3 rem and 2 rem, and also we have a display of grid, and in this display of grid what we're doing, we use GTR grid template row with auto and 1fr, and also RG row gap property we will using with 10p, and also we have a color of white with a position of relative. Now what we are doing, similarly what we did for here, we'll replicate, but here we'll use dot user reviews and not from the left, from the top. We can have this thing in this particular pattern. Now, what we do, we will target this paragraph. So we have dot user reviews paragraph font size of let's say 1 rem, and line height property to 1.5 rem, and also a font weight of let's say 400. And after this thing, we have the user details, and this user details contains the image, the name, the verified user, all these things. So what we will doing? Dot user details, display of flex, deflex, aligned in a row, and JC justify content to left, and AIC align item paint. After this thing, we will target the image first. Dot user review, no user details, image border radius property. No. Border radius will use for 50% so that it gets converted into a circle, and a width of, let's say, 50 px, and after width we'll use a margin right property to, let's say, 10 p. Yeah. Okay. So, and after that, we will target the info. This info contains the name, the verified buyer, and what? Okay, so these two things it contains. So, dot info on weight of, let's say, 500, and now all okay. So we have a class verified. So let us target this verified also. So dot verified font size of, let's say, 1 rem, and also a color, separate color it is used here. Uh, one color is left, which is the 67% soft pink. And so now, okay, so I can say things looks good. So that is the end of the project, and you can see the responsiveness also. Okay, so here comes to an end of today's project and today's session, which has been taken by me. Now after this thing, I will hand over this session to Hari. So Hari will take you the JavaScript. So Hari,
Hello everyone, is my voice is audible for all? If my voice is audible, please tell it in the comment box. Okay, thank you. Okay, just a minute. Sir, can you please make my screen visible to all? Yeah, thank you. Okay, so hey everyone, I hope that you have learned something about like HTML. Yeah, sure. Like you have discussed about the how it's work, the HTML and CSS, and how everything is work. You have learned, and I think so. You have an idea like how the great user interface has been built with HTML and CSS. So that's all the basics and the advanced concepts that you want to know. So then now the next, I think it is 5:30. So till 7, we're going to learn JavaScript. Okay. So what is JavaScript? Well, you hear the word a lot in the internet, right? So if you want to become a developer, everyone says you want to focus on JavaScript, no other language is needed. The one language that you need to focus is JavaScript to get into development field, right? So yeah, so that's what we're going to learn. And before starting the section, like Ram K, so he said, like, please tell the advance. Yeah, you will get the basics to advance, but 1.5 hours is not enough to cover the entire thing about JavaScript. It is completely not possible. I think hope you understand, because it's a language. We cannot cover. Even CSS is also not covered that completely. We covered whatever the fundamentals and basics and the thing that it is useful to create something good stuff. That's it, right? Same like that. In today's class also, I will intro about JavaScript and what are the concepts that we want to learn and what are the things that we need, the advanced concept, and what are the free stuff that you can learn at the end of the 7 o'clock. You will get it. And meanwhile, we will go with the fundamentals and basics, and we will do some of the little bit projects and activities to find what how the JavaScript is and working and why it is really useful for, and why everyone is speaking about JavaScript. That's we can do it. Okay, but the core concept, like if I say the syntax and the principles and everything, completely not possible then complete it in 1.5 hours, but it is going to be really helpful. You can, new beginner here, the basics to fundamental, you can really helpful. And at the end of this complete 7 hours, you can have a clear picture. Okay, so this is actually JavaScript it is, and I want to learn this and all, and right now I learned this one, and all the basics to fundamental parts will be covered today itself. And the advanced concept, even I'm the one who taking the advanced concept also, and you will get to know what is the advanced concept and how it is working and everything you will get to know. And I will tell what are the next free advanced concept, what are the next free things you can do for getting into JavaScript advanced. I will tell about that, so don't worry about that, we will get into it. Okay, so I just create I think my screen is visible for all. Yeah, you can able to see my screen, right? So I just minimize here. So I just creating a folder. And one more thing I just want to ask you here, what is the one more thing that I want to ask you here is like if you already know something about JavaScript, that's particularly fine, no problem with that. Okay, so we can further revise the concept and we can move on for it. That is well good, we don't want to worry about that. And the second concept, if you're new here and you just heard about the words like some jargons, like people will say JavaScript is a various programming language, JavaScript is tough to understand, JavaScript is for everything, JavaScript is a front-end language, JavaScript is not a programming language, like that you will hear some jargons, right? So it really make you like is it JavaScript, what it is JavaScript, like that you make to think, right? So if you have some jargons like that, for example, I think some person asked in the comment box, what is the difference between Java and JavaScript? Some person asked it, right? So same like that. If you have any jargons, I don't know the person is still there in the meet or not. If it is still there, you can ask those jargons now. Okay, because we will discuss those jargon and then we can move for the basics. Okay, so it will give a clear understanding. Whatever the jargons in our mind, we will get rid of it. And if we started to teach, we started the basics and fundamentals, then you can get more. Like you can able to learn it. Okay, so this what it is, like that you can able to. So if you have any questions regarding JavaScript, is there? Tell it in the comment box right now. Okay, because we're going to get started with the basics and the syntax, and we're going to straight to code. Okay, yeah. I just go into, I have a folder. So in this folder, I just open it with VS Code. Okay, and you can able to see a folder is created, and here I just going to create 3 files index.html, and meanwhile you can tell it in the comment box. I will come and see every time, or if people are having any doubts or not, like that I will come and see. You can tell it in the comment box, we will discuss. And the second file that what I want is, I just want a style.css file. Okay, and the third file I want is an JavaScript for adding JavaScript to the HTML and CSS. We need a file. So like you can able to see for HTML we have .html, it is the extension to create HTML file, and CSS we have .css, that is the extension to create a file. Same like that for JavaScript also we have extension, that is .js. Okay, so the file extension is .js. So you can give whatever the name you want. I just say app.js. Okay, so you can able to see I just use some of the default extension in JavaScript. It gives JavaScript, that's it, and I added it. So simply what we have done, we have created a folder, one is HTML and CSS and app.js. In HTML, we're going to write the HTML code, and CSS, external CSS file, same like that. JavaScript is an external JavaScript file. Whatever the JavaScript code that we're going to write, we're going to write it here. So what I do, I just go for index.html and we create some boiler template, and I just say JavaScript, and let us create an h1 tag. Okay, and here I just say to master workshop. Okay, and that's it. We have added here, and the next one, what I'm going to do, I just want to add my CSS. So I just going to add the CSS. I just say link.css, and we added our CSS. Just we know how to add a external CSS file, right? So you need to use the link and add it below, like that you need to add. And let us go for style.css, and I just add some body, and I just give the color. Okay, let's say the background color. Okay, and let us come to this h1 which we have created, and I just give the text align. It's going to be center. That's it. That's it. We have added something, and we have created HTML, and we have created CSS. Let's see how it is look in the browser. Let us go and open it in the live server. Well, this is what it is, and we have an background, and we have and something called as welcome to master workshop, like that we have, right? So that's it. Okay, so yeah, let us we have like this. Yeah, we can code it here, and this is the CSS code, and whatever the JavaScript code that we're going to write, we're going to write it here. Okay, anyone have the jargons? Yeah. So if we learn JavaScript, can we go with Node.js for backend? And it is a good choice. It is the best choice. You can go with the, if you learn JavaScript, you can able to go with the Node.js also. You can go with the React.js also. You can go with in the entire development field. You don't want to depend upon any other programming language to learn something that is completely useless. Like you can go with that, and you can create an application like Netflix, Zoom, whatever the application that you want to create, you can create it. The one language that you want to learn is JavaScript, and these all are the, like, what can I say, these all are something that extension of JavaScript. Like for example, uh, libraries, frameworks, runtime environments. So there are different words are there. So Node.js is one of the runtime environment for JavaScript. Okay, which you can use JavaScript language as a backend for to develop your backend applications and all. Okay, so same for what is React.js. React.js is something that is a library that is help us to build something in the front end. Okay, so that it will do. You can absolutely, you can go for it. That's it. You can simply go for it. Okay, so like this, I just want exactly like this jargons. If you have something that you common in your social media platforms, they said it. If you want to ask something that is disturbing your mind to learn JavaScript, just ask it here. We will just get rid of that. Okay, so then we can move for it. So fine. Yeah, so now let us go here. So what is the what is the workflow that we're going to follow now? So the workflow that we're going to follow is first we're going to discuss about what is JS. Okay, for new beginners, if you not know what is JavaScript, and if you are completely from different background, right now learning web development or something like that, you just want to know what is JS. I just give a little bit intro. There is a huge history behind JavaScript and its evolution is there. And I just giving little bit intro because we need to do some projects and all in this workshop. That's why I just give a little bit intro and why it is used for and how it is working and everything. I will just explain it in a short one. First one. And second one, we're going to learn JavaScript, learn JS concepts in project-based manner. What is mean by that? Okay, so like I said, we're going to have 1.5 hour times. So if I started to teach you the fundamentals of programming language, and I just started go with this is something that it happens in the backend, that like that it will go means it is huge. Like it will take time, and even we should not cover half of the part of JavaScript. Even basics part will not cover within hours. So that's what it. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do some work. We're going to do some mini projects, and we're going to understand what for doing the projects, what are the inputs, what are the concepts that I want to learn. Okay, so based on that, we're just going to implement it. Okay, so we have an example, and based on the example, we're going to learn the concept and we're going to do it. Okay, and at the end of last 10 minutes, what I'm going to do, I just give a clear picture of what you need to do next after this 1.5 hours. Is it JavaScript 1.5 hours is enough? Absolutely not. If you feel like it is enough, then that's it. It's not, completely not. Okay, I will tell about clear picture, what is the next step that you need to take, and what is the next one that you need to learn, and how you need to what is your focus, and depends upon the focus what you need to learn. I will tell it, and I will tell the resources where you can learn it also, and the upcoming workshop that is going to be helpful, I will just tell you. Okay, so you will get a clear picture at the end of, even at 6:50, at the time of 6:50, you will get to know. Okay, so that's what it is. Okay, yeah, so this is all about that. So now let us get straight forward to what is JavaScript. Is there any internship I just want to do? Yeah, actually we have some of the internship. I think you are in our WhatsApp group. Okay, just to put a comment in that WhatsApp group. I don't know whether we are the TW team is actively taking the interns or not, but you can put it in the WhatsApp group. If you really like to do internship, they will give you some of the work. Okay, so if you do it very well, then they will select you. Okay, so just tell it in the WhatsApp group, you can get it. Okay, fine. So the next one, what we're going to do, the essential. So what is actually JavaScript? So and you can able to see something like I written something, but that is in some shaded color, right? So that is not something different. The comments, if we add a comments in HTML, what it will do, if you save it, it will not reflect in your browser, right? Same like that in JavaScript. If you want to write a comment, what you need to do, you just want to use this double slash. Okay, so it is a single line comment. Okay, if you want to add a multiple line comment, then slash this multiplication, and again this one, and this is a multiple line comment. So what is a comment? So comment is something that whatever you can write, like, and hint notes to other developers to understand what code it is, like that. Okay, so whatever I'm going to write it in this before double slash, if I use it, means that is comments. It does not reflect anything, it just consider as a text. Okay, it is only it is not affecting the browser. Okay, it just get ignored from the browser. Okay, so that's what it will do simply. Okay, so now let us go for a first topic, that which actually I say, what is actually JavaScript and why everywhere going. So either they say want to learn JavaScript, or they say like want to learn some libraries of JavaScript like React, Node.js, Angular, Vue, so many. Okay, so there are thousands and hundreds of libraries and frameworks for JavaScript is available, and most popular is React and Node.js. So let us go here and let us see what is JavaScript. And JavaScript, the first question, JavaScript is a programming language. Answer is no. It was introduced in 1995, okay, by a person called Brendan Eich. Okay, so he just built this language in 10 days. Okay, he just built this language in 10 days. That's what he built. And don't think that if it is built in 10 days, then it is easy language. No, for him is built for 10 days. Okay, that's it. And second one is, then if it is not a programming language, then what it is? So JavaScript is called as client-side scripting language. What is it? It is called as client-side scripting language. Why it is called as client-side scripting language? Well, when we are developing a website, we have two things. Like website has two categories. Okay, for building a website, it has two categories. One is going to be the front end. I hope that in the beginning of the class, it will be taught by Sir Navid Viswal sir, the founder of TWD. So like same. So we have two categories. One is going to be the front end, and another one is going to be the back end. So what is the role of front-end developer? Well, he create the user interface, like the HTML and CSS. We will create some of the good user interface, right? So let us go for a website like Wikipedia. Let us go for this website, and you can able to see how the website is structured, right? So it is look decent, not good. We can say it look decent, right? So we have the h1 tag, and the image is aligned the float to left, and we have something like an image, and the navigation bar and how it is working, and you can see this and in the full view. You can able to see the text alignment, and you can able to see the contents here, like that, right? So this is the user interface, how the website is looking. For example, if you are watching this video in the YouTube, how the website is looking. Okay, So yeah, how the website is looking, you can able to see the video here and the playlist here, and you can able to see the like comment in the bottom. Like how we can do it, we can achieve it. That's what we have teached it for the more than 3 hours, I think so. Like HTML and CSS, we can use this Flexbox, Gridbox, and the tags and so much of things to build this. That is what the user interface. Okay, so that is what the front end developer will do. Okay, so that the front end developer will do. It is a creative process. It is done by the front end developer. Okay, one thing. And another question is asked here by Roger Rat. Also, sir, how long it would take learn JavaScript? It depends upon the person's capability, but you can spend at least 2.5 months or 2 months. Then for learning basics, it's easy. You can, if you want to be a front end developer, you can go with you will have some prior experience in programming language, and not even prior experience. You have some good understanding capability. You can go with 28 to 30 days. Within a month, you can learn the front end developer parts and everything. But to understand the concepts oriented things and all, it takes at least 2.5 months to 3 months to complete everything in JavaScript. Not everything, the essential part to build an that most important part that you need to build an website that you can able to learn. Okay, so no one can master JavaScript, not only JavaScript, any programming language, because that is what programming language is, right? So no one's everything is newly updated every day. No one can master any programming languages. So don't think about mastering programming language. If you spend 3 months or 2.5 months in it, and you can do whatever you want to become in the development field, you can do it. Okay, simply you can do it, but you need to give a constant time and effort. That's what you need to do. Okay, so if any questions is there, put it in the comment, but I will tell the answers in the last 10 minutes. Okay, because the time is up. Okay, fine. So this is what the front end developer will do. So this part of work is called as client side work. So what is client side? Why it is called as client side work? The client is nothing but the end user who is going to use the website. So who is going to use the website? Like me, you, people, all people in the world that use, right? So they are the client. So the customers that you are using the website. So for them only we are creating a website beautiful, and that is something make interaction we can giving them, right? So that is why it is called as client side work. Then what is a backend? Well, the backend work is going to be the logical part of a website. For example, the payment gateway and the what we can say, the payment gateway, the streaming. If you are watching in the streaming platform, it streams the video, right? So the streaming platform. And if you are in Instagram, you're posting something, right? It is go to database and it is stored somewhere, right? So they are considered as the backend part, the logical part, the working functionality of the part. But if that one is need to look beautiful, then the front end developer will create the beautiful website, and the back end developer it creates a runnable, logical website. That's what he will do. Okay, so now you can see JavaScript is also called as client side scripting language, and the front end work is also called as client side work, and the back end work is called as server side work. Okay, server side we don't want to go for the back end work now. Okay, so server side is something related to the internet. So we are in the server, we buy some space in the internet, and we are sending the data and getting the data. That's what we are doing, right? That is what server side data will be there. We don't want to worry about that. Okay, so right now we just want to focus on the front end. So you can see it is called as client side work, and JavaScript is also called as client side scripting language. So means JavaScript initially when it was introduced, it is only used for the front end development part, right? So to develop the front end part. Okay, so that's what it is used. So why? So what it is doing? Well, JavaScript is what it is doing means simply it is manipulating the HTML and CSS. What is meant by manipulating HTML and CSS? You may ask, right? So we all have a HTML and CSS, okay, in our page. Okay, I need to change the HTML and CSS. I need to rearrange, or I need to do realignment, coloring, or something I need to do if some interaction that the user makes. Okay, so that is what manipulation. For example, you can see we have the burger menu. So the burger menu is nothing but the 3 dots menu, right? So we have it, right? So what happened? This is HTML icon, right? So we are added an icon. So this is an icon. So what we are doing as a client, I'm go and click this, and you can able to see if I click this, what happened? An entire div tag is created, and inside this div tag, and UL tag is created, and inside this UL, an LI tag with main page, content page, current page, and everything is created. And this burger menu is transferred to the arrow keys, like the backward arrow keys, it just transferred, right? The entire, simply an HTML page is created, a fresh new HTML navigation is created. If I click this again, now what's happened? You can able to see that it is get disappear. This is called manipulation. I just created the HTML and I just disappeared the entire div, and it is respond to what? The client interaction, right? The client interaction. And why it is needed? Well, just imagine if you are in a website, okay, you should not depend upon all the part for server. So only we will go for backend whenever we want, right? So if the website is more interactive, then you spend more time. If you spend more time, then the conversion of business will happen. Okay, so that's what it is. That's how it is started. But right now the story is entirely different. Okay, so that's what it is. So just imagine, and right now you can able to see what is this. This is a div, right? So they have a div. They mentioned it as an advertisement, and they have div, and they mention the icons and everything, and you can able to see the into mark. So if I click the into mark, what is going to happen? Everyone knows it just get disappeared. Why? Because we are canceling the advertisement. That's what we are doing, right? So we just click it, it just happened. How it is happening? How the entire div is get disappeared from the page? I created an HTML example. I have a div. Okay, so this div is created. Okay, and I just going to say class. I just give a class for it, and I just instead of class we can go for ID now. Okay, ID is equal to, I just say like we can say like notification, like this, notify, like this. And what I do, I just go for my CSS, and we can create something slash notify notify. Okay, and here I just ask for the background color. It is going to be orange. Okay, and the next one I just going to say the height is going to be 120 pixel, not that is huge. I just go for 30 pixel. Okay, and I just set the width as 60%. Okay, and I just going to say display flex, and the flex direction it's going to be in center. If I save it, and let us go for our website, you can able to see, sorry, not flex direction center. I just want to make justify content center. Okay, I just say justify content. I just say center. Okay, let's put the model. So now you can able to see the same thing. This is a div, and inside this they added some of the image and picture there, like that. Okay, and what is happening? I just also created a div, and if I click this, so what is actually that? This one, this is a div, right? This is a div, and inside they have an image 1, image 2, and they have a paragraph, which means another image they have it, and they have an icon at the bottom right corner of it, like top right corner of it, right? So they have it, right? So inside this they have something like that, but now here I don't have anything. I just say hello, I am add. Okay, I just simply write. Okay, so I just simply write like this. I just created like I am add. That's it. So simply we can just say text align also center, and justify content is going to be center, and align item is going to be center, like this. Okay, we have created, and you can able to see I am add. This is what it is, and this is also div, and this is also a div. So inside this they have image, I have one text only. So what is going to happen if I click this? Is it just get disappear, right? So what has happened? This entire div is just remove from the page. So that is the work that JavaScript is doing in the front end. Okay, I'm just speaking about the front end only. So that's the work JavaScript is doing. It's just a simple example. I'm telling that it can able to do more than. Don't think about to hiding a div. We need to study a language. Not like that. Okay, so there are so much of things apart from itself. Okay, so we need to know that. So let us go here. First, let us achieve this logic. So what is the logic? Well, inside this so let us make simple. So if someone clicks this div, okay, if someone clicks this div want to disappear from the page. That is the logic that I want to achieve. Okay, so let us see how we can able to do it. Okay, I just said, sir, now whatever JavaScript concept that we're going to learn with doing some little bit work project. Okay, so the first thing what we need to know to do achieve this one. Okay, so it is a fundamental. If you understand this one, then probably everything is going to be, the process is going to be same. But the thing what you want to achieve, for example, if it is a navigation, that is going to be different. Okay, but the process is going to be same. If you be able to do this, then you can able to understand the process. Okay, that's it. So the first one, what you need to know, about the console. So what is the console? Well, the console is nothing but it is a browser tool that is available. If you right click and inspect, you can able to see the console here in the browser. So what is this console means? Like if you already know some other programming language like compilers, they will throw an error in the code editor, it will be displayed in this line, it will display, right? So console is a place where you can able to see all the errors, and you can use this place to debug. So what is meant by debug? To check whether whatever the code that I returned, it's working or not. Like that, you can able to check it. Okay, so how can I access this console? Right now it is in the browser. How can I access it? So we can able to access this console by using a method called console.log. console.log. So this is the method that we need to use to access this console. So whatever you are giving inside this log method, so I will tell what is the method a little bit later. So whatever the thing that you are giving inside this console.log, it is going to be display in the console. Okay. For example, let us give some letters. I just say hello world, right? Say universal respect for the program. Okay, I just say hello world, and if I just save it, okay, right now you can see nothing is there. Why it is nothing? Because here is our app.js file, but we didn't link our app.js file with the HTML tag, right? So if I don't add the CSS link here, what will happen? So my CSS will not reflect the HTML, right? You can able to see it will look like something like this. But if I add the external CSS, now what is going to happen? It will look something like this. Same like that. If you want to work with app.js, then you need to link which file that app.js want to link. You need to link it. How can we link this? Go for index.html. Okay, once you go in the bottom of the body tag, it is good to add the JavaScript tag in the bottom of the body tag. Okay, why means because it is going to manipulate HTML and CSS. So once the HTML and CSS is completed, like it's loaded 100%, then only I need to run JavaScript. So that is why we are adding it in the bottom of the body. Okay, so like what happened, everything is read successfully, then only the browser is going to read the JavaScript code. So that is a good practice to do it. So what I'm going to do to add a JavaScript file, you need to use a tag called script. Okay, like this is the tag that you need to use, script, and you need to give an attribute src, and inside this src you need to navigate the file. Okay, in my case it is in the same directory, so I just say /, you can able to see what are the folders that I have. I just say app.js, and that's it. We have linked successfully. Now if I save this HTML tag, you can able to see in the console it is displaying hello world. How? Because you can able to see whatever I put inside this log, it is something that we are writing here. Okay, so it just display here. If I give a number 4, what is going to do? It is going to display 4. If we do some operation like 4 plus 8, it will display the answer 12 inside this browser. That's what it will do. Okay, so this is the console.log one. It is going to be very helpful to achieve what we want to achieve. Okay, first one. So the second one is going to be what is variable. Okay, if you are a programmer, you already know what is a variable, and if you some other programming language. But if you are new here, just understand variable is nothing but a container. Okay, a container that stores or that holds data. What is meant by that? For example, whatever the data that the user is giving, the name, email, phone number, anything, whatever it may be, not this one, that one, like whatever it is, any data, if I want to store, then you want to create a variable and you can store it. And whenever you want, you can access this variable and you can get the variable. Okay, so that is what variable it is. So variable is nothing but variable is a container. So it is create a small space in the browser and where we can able to store whatever we want inside it and we can get it. Okay, whenever we want, we can get it. So how we can create a variable? So there are lot of ways to create a variable, and one of the way I just going to teach you is for creating a variable, you need to follow a syntax. Okay, so what is syntax means? Syntax is nothing but, so this browser need to understand what code that we are writing, right? For example, in CSS, if you go inside of background color, I just say like this, BAC ground dash color. What will happen? You can able to see that that will not apply here, right? That will not show here, right? Why? Because I misspelled it. So background color we need K. Like it is a syntax. For if it is an language of English, it has syntax, right? If we use this word, then the meaning is this. If you use that word, then the meaning is that, right? Like that, right? Same like that. The syntax is something. If a programming language is need to understand by a browser, we need to follow the syntax. So it should be written in a proper way. If it is not written in a proper way, then it will throw an error. And don't care about this yellow color one. It is a warning message. It is not because of the application, because of the extension I'm using. Okay, so that is why it is giving that. So Chrome extension, some problems is there, it will giving that. You don't want to care about the warnings right now. Okay, just clear it. Like if you click this one, that danger sign, you just clear the cursor. That's what it will do. Okay, so now we need to create a syntax. So how we can able to create a syntax means, well, for creating a syntax, you need three. One is going to be keyword, and another one is going to be the identifier, and another one is going to be the value. So what all are they and why it is used for? A keyword is nothing but the browser need to understand what it need to create. If it is a variable, then I need to tell a specific reserved word. Okay. So what are the keywords that are available to create a variable is, we have three keywords. One is var, another one is let, and another one is const. Okay. So they are unique in different cases. Okay. So we will discuss that later. So, but right now what we're going to do, we're going to use this let keyword. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I just use let. So now what happened? The browser will understand, okay, so they are going to create a variable for us. Okay. Right now it is giving us error. Why? Because it say let is not defined. Why means because we need to create in a proper syntax. Right now I just only say let only. So that is why it is giving me an error. Next, what I want to create, I need to create an identifier. So what is an identifier? It is a name, unique name that we are giving for that container. For example, you have your name, I have I name, right? So like my name, right? So if someone calls my name, then I will respond to them. If someone calls you, then you calls your name, then you will respond to it, right? Same like that, we are going to give a unique name for the container. Why we want to give a unique name? Because we need to identify it. Once we created 10, 12,000, so much of variables, then we need to identify, particularly I want this data, right? So I need to identify it. So what we can do, we can give a unique name for this identifier. So you can give any name. Okay. So the one thing is it should start with letters only. I just say name. Okay. So the container I just created, let is going to create a container, and a container is created, and we give a label, which means the name identifier for that container, it is name. And the next one is going to be, we're just going to tell what is the data, what is the value that I want to store. So in my cases, I just going to give a word like letters, a string. We're going to give sequence of characters. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I just going to say hello like this. And if I save it, you can see there is no error is there, which means whatever I return, it is in the proper syntax. Okay. So if you probably know some other programming language, you need to mandatorily give the semicolons and all. But in JavaScript, you don't want to worry about that. And you need to give, it is a string, you need to give str or something like that. You need to mention it before. You need to mention it. But here you don't want to mention. JavaScript is a loosely typed dynamic programming language, like not a programming language, dynamic language that you can able to use something simply like this. For creating a variable, you need to use an identity keyword and a name and a hello. Okay. Don't confuse with what is the difference between them, why they are used. That I will tell it in the later. Okay. Because we need to focus on the fundamental first, then only we need to focus on the concepts. Okay. So we're just going to say let name equal to hello. We have created. Now I need to know, but it is always good to give a semicolon. It will look neat. Okay. So that's why it's a best practice. That's it. So now I need to know whether my variable is successfully created or not, right? I return something. I need to know whether it's successful or not successful. So how can I do it? How can I check it? Well, that is why we have this console. What we can do, we can use the console.log and we can ask the variable. If it is created, then it will shows the value. If it is not created, then it will show some errors or some words that it will comes that will show. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create console.log, and what we need to call, what we're going to call here, it is going to display here, right? I just going to call the name, the identifier, just console log, just go and identify the name container, and whatever inside this name container is that, display it in your console. That is the code logic that we have written, right? If I save it, you can able to see we are getting hello, which means we are successfully created. So what if we make any error? For example, I said the identifier should starts with name only, right? So the letter only. But if I give some word like number before it, then if I save it and I run it, you can able to see it will throw us an error. So this part is called as the message title, and this is the message. So the title is going to be like telling like syntax error, so you are written something that is not in the right syntax. Okay, and I'm not able to understand it is telling. And you can able to check that, like here you can able to see which file app.js in the line of 30 I have this error. So let us go, it is the app.js, and in the line of 30 I have this error. Okay, so now we need to change this error and we need to save it. That's what we need to do. And again, this is a warning sign. You don't want to care about warning. The red color is, if it is comments, then you need to really care about, because that is an error. Okay, so that's what you need to do. So this is how we need to create a variable. Fine. So the next thing what I want to do, so what I want to achieve here is, if someone clicks this one, I need to hide the entire one. Okay, so let us write the workflow. Okay, so first if someone clicked it, okay, I need to hide the div. That is what I want to do. So the how we can able to achieve it. So to hide the div, first we need to get the div. We need to get the div. Okay. So and we need to add an event listener. So what is mean by that? What is mean by that? Let us I give a simple example. For example, you can say CSS. If you want to change the background color of the body, first what you need to do, you need to select the div, right? You need to select the body. Then only you need to give the background color and you need to change it to back. That's what you need to do, right? So first you need to select it. So same how I just want to get the div, and next what I want to do, if someone clicks this div, okay, I'm going to add an event listener. I will tell what is event listener. So click this div, then that div I just want to disappear from my website. That's what I need to do. Okay, for that I need to get that div. How can I get this div? Okay, so let us go and get the div. Okay, first of all, so for getting the div, and you can see JavaScript is just an language, and to speak with this browser, so I just want to get the div. To get the HTML tag this div, what I need is I need something called as DOM. Okay, DOM. So what this DOM will do? Well, the DOM is something that is interact with the browser, and whatever we need to do in the browser, we need to work with the DOM only. It has some methods and properties. We can use those methods and properties to do it. For example, in style.css, if I say body, we will fetch the body because it is a tag selector. And if it is an ID selector, we need to give the number sign. If it is an class selector, I need to give the dot. Same like that, if you want to select something, in the DOM, we have some methods. You can use the methods. Okay. And second, if you here you will tell the what you need to change and what's the value of that, right? So this is you need to tell, this is the property and value. This is called as decoration in CSS. Here also in DOM we have some properties and methods, and we can able to give a value to it, then it will change. For example, right now you can able to see the style is here, and if I give display, okay, is equal to none here. Okay, and if I save it, you can able to see it is get disappeared. How it is get disappeared? Because we selected that ID and I just used a property called display, and none, what it will do, it will just hides, it just disappeared that particular element from here. Okay, that's what it will do. But if I just say display is equal to block, now what happened? It will be displayed here. And if I say right now, you can see display already it is in flex. Right now we're having it. If I just comment off it, you can see it will be working. So now what is my work is, I just want to get the element, which element that I'm going to manipulate, I just want to get it. So that is what HTML. We are getting the element from the HTML. And I just want to add an event listener. What is an event listener? An event listener is something that the JavaScript waits for to run. For example, click is an event. So in Wikipedia, if I clicked it, it just disappeared. If you clicked it, it just disappeared, right? It is an event. So that is event. And if you mouse over it, it will change the color. If you double click it, it will do something. If you drag it, it will do something. It will like that. So these are the event listeners. So what we need to do, we need to add an event listener to that particular tag. So I have the div tag and I need to add an event listener, that is click. If someone clicks it, then I need to change the CSS property of that particular div to display none. If I said that, then what happened? Someone comes into our file, and if they click this div, then the particular div style is changed to display none. So then what happened? It just get disappeared from the website. So that is the work we need to do. So for that, first I just want to get the div. How can I get it? Okay. So like in CSS, you have the tag selector, ID selector, and class selector. Same like that in JavaScript, you can able to select the HTML element based on their ID, based on their class, and based on their tag. Depends upon these three things, you can able to select it. Okay. So we have methods. So let's see how we can select it. Okay. But here we're going to see one method, how to select an element based on their ID. Why we are using this ID means, because ID is something unique. If you use an ID for an element, then that is unique. You should not use the same ID to another element. You should not use it. But class is multiple. You can use the same classes for multiple element. But ID is something unique. If you use it once, then it will not repeat again. So now if I select something ID, then what happened? I'm exactly specifically pressing that particular one only, right? That's what I'm going to do. Let us go and select the ID. So for selecting this ID in DOM, we have a method. So what is the method that we have means, you need to call document. So document is something we are accessing the DOM, and you need to use dot, okay? And you need to say get element by ID. So simply I get element by ID is nothing but get the element of ID that I'm going to give. So it has an parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis you need to tell the ID name. So what it will do, it will just go inside this HTML and it will fetch it. Okay. So let us see how it is working. I just say document dot get element ID, and inside this parenthesis, in the quotation, you need to tell which ID you need to get. So what is the ID that you need to get? Let us go here. It is notified. So I just copy this one and come here and I place it. Now we fetched it successfully. But that is fine. But it is not stored in anywhere, right? We just read it. I need to store it in, right? It is just very big, right? So we just very big. I don't want this entire method every time. I don't want to call it. What we can do? We can store it in a variable, and whatever the value that we are getting, we can able to call the variable. That's fine. Okay. So what I'm going to do, whatever the element that I'm getting, I just going to store it in a variable. I just say let. Okay. I just say head. I just say I can say like notify equal to document dot get element by ID. So let is the keyword. Notify is an identifier. Document dot get element by ID. What it is going to do? It is going to get the entire div here. Okay, what is the ID that we are going? It is going to get. Now I need to check whether it is working or not, right? Whether the entire element is fetched or not. I need to check. How can we check it? The same. We can use this console.log method and let us paste it here. And instead of name, you can use notify. Okay, because I'm just going to call the variable identifier name. If I call it and if I save it, you can able to see the entire div from the HTML is fetched and it is stored inside this variable. That's why if I call it, you can able to see it, right? You can see if I hover it, you can able to see what element that I fetched here. You can able to see that. So this is the element that we have fetched, right? We successfully fetched it. So what is the process that we need to do? We need to fetch the element, we need to grab the element, and we need to add an event listener, which means what is the event it look for. It is whether it is double click or click, like that. I just want to look for, and then I just want to say what is the one that I need to change. If someone clicks it, if the event occurs, what I need to do, I need to change the display to none. This is what I will need to do, right? So this is the one thing that we need to do. Let us see how we can achieve it. Right now we are in the phase of fetched. Now we need to do add event listener. So what is an add event listener? So it is a method that is going to helpful to add the events. For example, the click event and everything. So whatever the element that you fetch, you can use a method called add event listener that will add an event to that particular element. Okay. So for example, what is the syntax of add event listener is, you need to tell which element that you need to add the event listener. You need to tell the element name or the particular variable name, you need to tell it, and you need to use add event listener. Okay, this is what you need to use. This is a method. So what this event listener will do, it will has two things you need to give. You need to pass it with a separated comma. Okay, so the first one is going to be which event. Okay, it is going to be click. My case, if it is double click, you can use double click. Okay, and you can just Google it to find what all the events are available. Like that, you can just find it out to the Google. You can find it out, or otherwise you can able to fetch in the browser what all the events are available. And just type window. You can able to say just type the window in the console. If I click it, it will produce something. If you click it, if you just click the drop down, you can able to see what all the events are available. This one. Yeah, on click, on close, on change, on can play, on cancel, on blur, on double click, on device motion, on drag, on dragged, and enter, on leave. These are the events. Or just Google it, you can find it out. If you find this one is a little bit messy, okay, just Google it, you can able to find it out. Whatever the event you like to add, you can add it. Okay, that's one. And second one is going to be a function. Okay, it is going to take up a function, but we don't know what is function it is, right? So what we can do is just comment off this one, and here we're going to create a function. What is function? A function, like variable function, is also store something, but not a value. It stores statement, a block of code. For example, how to create a function means you need to use the function keyword and you need to give the name of the function. So what is the name I just going to give is, I just say function name, like this. Okay, this is the name you need to give, and once you created the name, you need to use this parenthesis, and you just want to use the curly braces. Okay, and here you need to tell what is the block of code that you need to write. So for example, I just say let sum equal to a plus b, sorry, 1 plus 6, and here I just say return sum. Okay, return sum, like this. Okay, so now what I created a function. You may think like, what is this? A function is the function keyword, and it is a function name, which means the name of the function, and we are using the this is syntax of it. And whatever the block of code is nothing but a line of codes. You can able to do it, and if I save it, you can able to see it, the function is not working. It is just not add 1 plus 2 and something return. It doesn't happen, right? Why? Because it will not run until someone calls it. Okay, you will not look into the other people's if someone calls their name, right? So like that, the function will not run until someone calls it. So this process is called invocation. So how we can call a function? We can simply call a function using the function name. If I just copy this, and if I use it, function name, and not simply like function name, you need to call it something like this. Okay, and if you call it, and instead of return keyword, I just say console.log. Okay, and I just ask for sum. Now if I refresh it, you can able to see the console.log is not working, right? I return console.log, return the sum is 7, answer is 7. It is not working. Why? Because the function, only once the function is called, then this whatever code that we have written, it is going to be invoked. So if I just uncomment of it, we have the function name, and you need to use the parenthesis. If you use this parenthesis, then it is going to invoke the function. It's just simply going to invoke the function, and it will run whatever the code that you return inside the function. It will just execute it. And if I save it, you can able to see we are getting this 7. Okay, so that's what the function will do. So you can store a block of code, and whenever you want, you can just call the function name with just simply the word called the name of the function. You can call it. That's what you need to do. Okay, that is function. So that is what the second parameter, like the second one, the event listener will takes place. Okay, so now what we're going to do, let's see something deep into function. Instead of writing 1 plus 6, what we can do, I just creating a variable outside the function, like let a equal to 10. Okay, and I just say let b equal to 12. Okay, I have two values. Now let us understand this 10 and 12. Here I just directly given, but this is something coming from the browser. So like how we fetched the element in the browser, same like that what we can do, we can able to fetch whatever the value that the user is giving, we can able to fetch it. Okay, so we will do we can able to fetch it. We have methods for it, and we can have property for it to fetch the value of it. Okay, we can use the DOM property, but right now don't confuse, like just we will give the hardcode value 10 and 30. Okay, now what I want to do, I just want to pass the values into the function. Okay, in a proper way. How can I do it? Well, for doing that, here you can able to see this parameter, right? So like this parenthesis. So inside this parenthesis, you can able to create an identifiers. For example, I can say num1 and num2. What this will do means it will takes some value outside the function. Okay, it can able to take the value outside the function. Okay, so this is called as parameters in a function. What is this? This is called as parameter in a function, and we given some of the our own parameter. It is has two parameter. So to adding something, we need two numbers, and that is what num1 and num2 is given, and that num1 and num2 is going to get from outside the function. So now I just want to get this value, and I need to send to this num1 and num2. How can I do it? Well, here when you are invoking the function, you can able to give the values here. For example, if I give a comma b, or you can directly give 10 comma 13. Here you can give. Now what will happen means, this parameter, it will take the value from here, and this parameter, it will take the value from the next one. Okay, so that's what it is going to do. This is called as argument, and the order is very important. Based upon which order you are giving, it will takes on that order only. So if it is first, then it will take the first value. If it is second, and it will take the second value. And here what I am doing, I'm passing the value of a and value of b inside a function. Okay, and I'm evoking it. Now it is the values go store inside this num1 and num2. Now I need to add this two number. What can I do? Just say num1 plus num2, like this. And if I save it, you can able to see we are getting this 23. And if I change any value like this, you can able to see it will just run. But if I don't call the function, what will happen? The code will not execute. If you call the function, then it will be get executed. Okay, so this is what function it is, and this place is called as parameter, and this place is called as argument. And parameter is something that fetch value from the outside of the function, and the argument is something fetch that data, like whatever the value that we need to pass, we can pass. That's what it will do. Okay, so simply this is all about function. It will run a block of code when someone calls it. Okay, that's what it will do. So here we have an add event listener. Okay, so it is going to have two things. One is going to be the event that we need to achieve. So in my case, it's going to be not a double click. I just add the click event. Click. Okay, and here if the event is occurs, then what I need to run? We know that the function runs only when someone calls the name, right? But here, if this event occurs, then the function is get evoked. It just run the code. For example, here in the function, you can see function, but I don't give any name, because here we don't want any names here, because we don't call based upon the function name. Here it will evoke based upon the events. Okay, so I just going to say, if someone clicks the div, then this function need to display in the console, I am clicked, like this. Okay, what I did, I fetched the element. What is the element? It is the div element. I need to fetch it, where we fetch and store it in a variable. So we can take up the element and we can remove this one and we can add it. So notify is the element, this one, entire element. And I'm adding an event listener and it is waiting for this event to occur. So what is the event? Click event. If someone clicked this event, then this function is get evoked. What is the function will do? Well, the function is going to log in the console. It is going to log I am clicked. That's what it will do. Let's see whether it is working or not. If I just save it, it says like notify dot add event listener is not a function. So here it throws some error. So we need to say it. It says like type error. So let us go here and I think yeah, now it is add. I just made a spelling mistake. That's what it is. Okay, add event listeners. Okay, not listeners, listeners. That's it. So now if I save it, you can able to see it. And if I just go, if I click this one, what is going to happen in the console? I print I am clicked. Okay, let us see. I am going to click. You can able to see I am clicked is there. And if I go and click again, you can see 2 times it is clicked. If I click again, 3, 4. How many times you are clicking? The function is going to invoke the function. If I don't click it, then it is not going to invoke the function. Okay. So what is simply we are doing? We are accessing the element which we are going to manipulate first. And second, we need to add an event listener to that element based upon which event that it need to respond. For example, instead of click event, I use mouse enter event. So what this mouse enter will do means, if the mouse is entered into that div, that function will invoke. If I just entered, you can able to see the function invoke. I'm not clicking, I just entering. You can able to see I just entering. You can see how many times I'm entering. That my time it just going to invoke the function. Okay, that's what it is going to do. So likewise, we have so much of events. You can use it like key down. If I use the key down event, okay, if I save it, instead of you can you should not add like you should not add the key down because it is added only for the input event. So the key down is something that you write it in the keypad, like we have the alphabets, right? If you click it, it will evoke. Okay, so here I just want the click event. Okay, if someone clicks it, then I need to do something. That's what I want. So we have that. So the next thing is we have fetched the element and we have added an event listener for this element. Now what I want to do, I need to display it to none. So here we have fetched the element and we need to give a property and we need to give a value, right? So for changing the CSS, this DOM have some property. So how can we change the CSS of an element? So for doing that, first what you need to do, you need to fetch this element, right? And for this element only, you're going to add an that particular word, that change, right? So what is the element is? The element is going to be notified. So I just say notify, and to change the CSS, you need to use dot and you need to say style. So it is a property. You can use the style property. If you use the style property and you plus dot, you can use style dot. If you press dot, you can able to see what all are the CSS property that are available. In normal CSS, you can able to see it here. And here what we want the, let us say, background color. If I say background color, you can able to see, but it is in different case, right? So here the background color is in different case. You can able to see it use background dash color. So it is kebab case, but JavaScript follows lower camel case. So what we are doing, background, it's B small and the upcoming word is caps. That's what it will do. So now what I'm doing, fetch the element and I need to add a style to that element. And what I want to manipulate, it is going to be the background color for that element. And here we need to tell the value, right? You just give the equal to and you need to tell which value that it need to change. For example, what is the default value that it has? Orange. I just want to change it to green. This is what I want to change. Okay. If I save it, now let us go for this div. If I just click it, you can able to see it is changed to div. So what is happening? Well, we fetched the element and we added the event listener. And if someone clicks that element, I need to change that element background color to green. That is what happening. So I fetched the element, I stored it in a variable, like variable I stored it, and for that variable I added an event listener, and it is going to wait for the click event to happen in the my browser. If the event is happen, then this function is going to execute, and this function is going to, what it is going to do, it is going to change the style background property to green. That's what it is going to do. So the same thing, let us apply to the real world. If I go for Wikipedia, it is an icon. We need to fetch the icon, we need to store it in a variable, and we need to add an event listener to this icon. If someone clicks this, then what I need to do, then I need to show the div. Right now by default it is display none. I need to convert to display block or something. I just want to show it. And what I need to do, this icon I just want to change it. Okay, that's what I need to do. So right now, how can I change? For example, this icon is changed to some other element, right? It changed. So how can we change that? So this is only for changing the style. By using DOM, we not only change the style, we can able to change the attributes, we can able to change the inner text HTML. For example, if I click this, I don't want, I'm not on, I want the background color to green, and here it is saying like I am add, right? So I just want to change it to subscribe. How can I do it? Simply, we have some different property to use it. So for changing the style, you need to CSS, you need to use the style dot whatever the style you need to give. For changing the inner word inside this HTML tag, you need to use notify. First, you am selecting the element dot, and you need to use inner. If you use the inner, then you can able to get two properties. One is HTML and CSS, sorry, HTML and text, and you can select any property right now. Okay, so just select inner HTML, that is more convenient. What is the inner HTML property will do means, like how the background color change the background color, how the font size is changing the font size. Same like that, the inner HTML is a property that is used to change the text of the inner div. For example, here I just say workshop is done like this, and if I save it, now you can see it is initially like this. If someone comes and if someone clicks it, it is going to change the style background to green, and the inner HTML is to workshop is done. If I click it, you can see it is changed to green, and it is going to change it to workshop is done like that. And not only this, what is the functionality that I want to achieve? If I click this one, okay, if I click this one, then I just want to display this property to none. How can I do it? Well, what we can do? It is also a style. I just say notify, okay, dot style dot display, it's equal to, here I just want to say none. That's it. So now if I save it, if it is display none, then it will not going to work, right? The background, but we cannot see it, right? So I just go and comment off this one, and if I click it, okay, I think not, sorry, this style dot display not nuns, it's none. You need to give it carefully, and if you click it, it just get disappeared, right? If I go for the elements, and if I look for whether it is there in my body or not, you can able to see the div is here, but the style property is none. If I click it, you can able to see the display none is applied. If I just refresh it, you can see this is our HTML. We have the h1 tag and we have the div, and what is the style that we are having? It has display flex, auto, and everything, and you can able to see element dot style, nothing is there, right? But now if I click it, you can able to see here some blinking is happened. If I click it, you can see something is blinked, right? So what is happening means the JavaScript is manipulating the CSS. That is what happening. Okay, so that's what happening, and that's what it is. That's how it is changing. Okay, simply it is doing this. Okay, so this is what JavaScript is doing in the front. Now what I want to do, I want to create a theme switcher. How can I do it? For example, I'm going to create a button. If someone clicks this button, then I just want to change the entire background to black and the fonts, the color to white. How can I do it? Okay, now it is the task. Let us go and do it. Okay, so for doing this, what we want, I just comment all the thing. what we want, let us go for inner HTML. We need a button first of all. I just say button, okay, and I just say click. Here I just give an ID BDN, okay, and if I save it, so I need to add an event listener to what? This button. So if someone click it, then I need to change the entire body. So I need to fetch this element first of all, and I need to give an add an event listener to it. How can I do it? Let us go here, scroll down. First we need to fetch the element. So I just say const btn, a variable. I'm sorry, I just go with let btn, and I just going to say we created a variable, and here I just going to say document dot, what is the method that we can use? Get element by id, and what is the id name? It is going to be the btn. I just give it, okay, and I'm just going to check whether it is inside the console.log or not. I just say btn, whether we fetched the button or not. Let us go in the console. We can see we are fetched the button successfully. The next step, what I want to do here, if someone clicks this button right now, you can see I'm clicking it, it is not working. If I click it, then something need to happen. So I need to add an event listener. What I can do, btn dot add event listener, okay, and it is going to take two. One is going to be the event. Just say click, okay, someone clicked this button. The second one is going to be the function, and what it is going to take, well, it is going to execute some code when this event is happened. I just going to say console.log click, like this, and if I ask for it, console.log, it is function. It's going to be function. If I save it, you can able to see we added it. If I click it, you can able to see we have clicked it. So now I don't want to console.log. What I want, I need to fetch the entire body tag, okay, just want to fetch the entire body tag. And what I want to do, I need to give the background color to black and this color to white and all other color to white. Okay, how can I do it? So for doing this, first we need to fetch the body. So how can we fetch the body? I just create a variable like body equal to, and to fetching the body, we just want to say document.body. Okay, only for this. If you want to fetch an element, you have what you need to do, you need to use the you can use the tag or so whatever that you can give an ID and you can select it now. But for body, we have the default, like we just say document.body, it will fetch the body. Okay, let us see we are getting the body or not. Okay, I just say body here, and let us go here, and if I click it, you can see the entire body tag we are having it. If I just here, you can able to see whatever inside it, we are having it, right? So what I want in the style.css, we have the background color is something we have created like this. This is what is here. I just want to change that to something gray, is like that, like gray. We can go for gray. And what I want to do, I just want to achieve the color is to white. That's what I want to do. That's what I need to do. So how can I do it? Let us go here. Right now we fetched the body and we stored it in a variable called body. I just say body dot, what we need to do, style, for changing CSS, style dot color. And for color, I just want to change it to white. Okay, and the next, body dot style dot background color, I just want to change it to gray, like this. Okay, if I save it, now let us go here, and if I click it, done, we have done. You can able to see we getting the gray, so go for black itself. We do it, and you can able to see if I click it, black, we can get the theme switcher. Okay, so we will get it, and that's what we need to do. And this is just an introduction, like this is the process of the JavaScript. Okay, so we need to know variables and thing, and we have so much of concept to learn. Okay, so just and process first, the fundamentals, the syntax that you need to know in JavaScript, and then you need to know about DOM, and the DOM application, what it will do. The DOM application, it is help us to the HTML and CSS. It just really help us. Set, then what you need to do, then just a minute. Okay, so then what you need to do, you just want to fetch the element and you need to give an event listener and what you need to change. That's what you need to do. Okay, for everything. Okay, now you have confused like what are the things that I want to learn. Let us come to here. So this is just intro. So just is going to be for learning JavaScript, you need to know about the basic syntax and concept. Right now, what are the concept and syntax we learned is only variable function. That's what we have learned. And this one, like changing something, manipulating this one, we can able to achieve, right? It is look much better. Okay, that's what is the basic syntax. We have so much of basic concept is there, like variables, data types, functions, loops, and event listeners like that. And we have arrays, objects. There are so much of things is there, and you need to learn that. Okay, I will tell where you can learn also. Okay, so this concepts and all you need to learn. It takes around 1 to 2 weeks to complete it. Okay, that's what you need to do. And second one, DOM. So in DOM, it has so much of methods and property. It has so much of methods and property. What we need to focus, what we need to focus is right now what are the methods that we learned, how to fetch an element by ID, and we learn about how to change the CSS, and we learn about how to change the inner HTML of the thing, right? That's what we learn. And there are so much of methods and things is available. You need to learn it. Okay, so I will tell where you can learn also. This is the one. Okay, so we have around 5 selectors. Based upon 5 methods you can able to select an element, and there are most commonly 12 to 8 methods. If you learn this 12 to 8 method, like 12 to 18 methods, if you learn this properly, that is more than enough. You can able to achieve whatever you want to do with JavaScript. Okay, mostly. Okay, then it's all about the CSS, how you want to work with, right? It for doing some animation and all. Okay, so that's just all about. Okay, so the next thing is going to be DOM, and the final thing is going to be final thing. Then what you need to learn, you need to learn something called as ES6. So what is ES6? So if we know that each and every programming language is updated, everyone is started to update, right? ES6 is nothing but ECMAScript. What is ECMAScript? It is another name for JavaScript? No. ECMAScript stands for European Computer Manufacturing Association. So it is an association. They created a guidelines for JavaScript. Okay, they created some guidelines for JavaScript, that how JavaScript need to perform in the browser. Okay, based on the guidelines only JavaScript will be performed on the browsers. Okay, so here this ECMAScript, they will release versions. Okay, so ES6 is one of the version, ECMAScript version 6. So it is introduced, it just released in after 2015. Okay, why I specifically mentioning ES6? Because right now we have ES8, ES11, ES12 itself we have, but ES6 is considered as the modern JavaScript. So most of the updations and changes has happened in ES6 only. Then you need to learn about ES6. If you learn ES6, then you can able to learn React. You can able to completely understand React and how it is working. You can able to understand it, and it will simplify the process of working with HTML, and React will simplify the process of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript very easy. Okay, but if you want to understand React, then you need to learn ES6. Okay, that's what you need to do. And second one is going to be ES6 is that, and the last one is going to be the async of JavaScript. So what is mean by async of JavaScript? Well, JavaScript, it waits for no one. It will just execute the code as it is, but we can and it is a synchronous programming language. Okay, sorry, synchronous language, which means it will executes one thing at a time. Okay, but asynchronous is handling multiple things at a time. That is asynchronous call. Okay, so how can we achieve asynchronous call? So that is the concept of async JavaScript that you need to learn. So this is going to really helpful to work with APIs and the backend properties. Okay, backends. So this 4 concepts that you need to learn. So if you learn the basics and this DOM, then probably you are a front-end developer. You can able to go for apply the junior internship program, whatever you want. And if you create React, then the job is guaranteed. If you learn that, the job is guaranteed. Okay, why I say guarantee means because it has that much demand. You just want to learn it. And async, and if you learn that, then you can probably once you started to learn, once you started to apply the Node.js concept, you will see this So you will see that. Okay, so if you can, it is easy to understand the Node.js and how it is working and everything. It will be easy, and you can able to work with APIs and all. And in that case, once you're done with this one, that's it. You can able to create an entire application. That's what you need to. You can create an entire application, and you can able to come up with pretty well and good e-commerce applications, and whatever you want to give, you can give it. There are so much of technical concepts is also there, but you can do it. And where you can learn it, the first one. So if you are a complete beginner, okay, so in TWD, you can able to see every week a workshop will be conducted. Like this is just an weekend workshop. Weekday workshop will be conducted for HTML and CSS. 5 days, 5 project HTML and CSS. 5 days, 5 JavaScript projects. Every workshop will be conducted. It is previously also conducted. Okay, so even I taken the basics to advanced, where I covered about the JavaScript DOMs and everything. I covered it, and advanced to mastery. So the first week I taken the JavaScript basics to advanced, and the second week I taken the advanced to mastery JavaScript. In that time, I just covered the asyncs and little bit about asyncs. It has been covered. Okay, so you can use that also in the YouTube channel. It is free, completely free. You can able to achieve that. Okay, it will be there. So that's what you need to do. So, and each and every time the new workshops, every week they will conduct new workshop. Not only this, React.js. If you want to learn React.js, there is a 4 days and 5 days of React.js. Like last week only, we have taken 1 to 4 days of React.js class. It will be there in the YouTube. It is live, not a recorded video. It is a live workshop like this. Okay, every time we will take classes in live only. So if you face any error, then that error will show to you also, and we will say like how to debug it, and you can debug that. That's one. That is the plus point. That is why we are taking it in live. One. And second, what are the topmost tech stack you want to learn? HTML, you can. CSS, we are conducting the workshops for 5 days. JavaScript, we have the entire package in JavaScript. You can able to learn it. And even for people who already know JavaScript, you have confusion in the fundamental, like the principal concepts like closures, hoisting and all, right? So we have an every Wednesday a premium show. So every Wednesday we are decoding each and every concept in JavaScript. You can able to see the series, and it will be already around 6 to 7 videos for the series has been uploaded. You can watch that to understand internal workings of JavaScript. You can able to do it. And if you want to learn React, we're having the workshop. You can have it every week, the weekdays, like every 4 hours workshop will be there. And TypeScript, in the upcoming week, I think so. You can, if you want to learn TypeScript, it will be there. And Node.js, it is also going to become. It is also there. You can able to see it. We will take the courses and all. And you can able to come up with the application like Google Drive clone, or Google folders, like whatever the application, and Spotify clone. So much of things is really there. Everything is taken in only live only. Okay, you can participate it in, and you can able to get it. And this 3 to I think 4 hours of workshop is mainly focused on the people who doesn't know entirely thing about JavaScript, or like entirely things about what is web development. Now you have an idea like what you need to do with it. So that's what exactly this is, get an Kickstarter for you. So if you want to go with, you can learn it. Not only this channel, whatever the channel you like to go, you can simply go for it. And the support and everything, we will give it in the WhatsApp group. If you have some issues, like if you want to learn something and you don't know where is the resources will be there, you can get it there. And guess what? The best part is, for each and every workshop that you are watching in the YouTube, you will get certified. Like today, you are also going to get certified, right? So you will get certified by TWD team. You will get an participation certificate, and project assignment certificate will be get. And even some of the workshops and things we will taken. We will provide resources about 2000, like that. We will provide resources also for you for completely free. So in the last month we have taken like that. It will become, you can able to participate it, and you can win the prizes also. You can like to participate it, you can go for it. And another best part is, if you are doing something good, Navid Biswas sir, you can check it, their LinkedIn profile. He has connection around 26,000 people. Okay, so you just sir will tag you, and he will mention you about you, and he will mention all the person who gets certified, and he will post in his LinkedIn group. Okay. Okay, so this is a way that you can, your profile and everything will view to those peoples, like the HRs and the text peoples out there. So it will just easily reach out to those peoples. Okay, it is the best way to network, also to learn, and you need to network and you will just get a job easily. Okay, so all the supports will be provided for completely free. Okay, we have paid also, but right now we are not taking that one because the current batch is going. Okay, so you will get notified once the paid is done, but everything that you want to learn, you can learn it in the YouTube itself for free. Okay, so that's what it is. And if you have any doubts regarding the class and certification and everything, JavaScript, whatever it is, here is your time, you can go with. Sir, admins, I think the admins will be shared in the chat box. Just a minute. Okay, just give me a minute. It will be shared within a minute, the third admins. If you have any doubts, you can ask me now. I will clarify you. We have 5 more minutes is there, and in between them you will get that. Okay, just a minute. I think today we have only 2 admins. Let me check it. If you have any doubts, you can ask it regarding whatever you want to do. And the certification you will get before Monday evening. Before Monday evening, you will get it. And those people who filled the attendance, you will get it. Okay. But if you if you were not able to fill and you have like I have network issue and I'm not get the link in the chat box. I'm not. I watched the videos, but I am not seen any links in the chat box. Those kind of excuses, please avoid that, because we want to give the participation, the certifications and the LinkedIn post and everything that we need to mention only for the people who really give times and interested in learning. Okay, so not for others. Okay, so that's why we are not providing the attendance in the WhatsApp group. We are providing it in the chat box. We need to know who all are attended the website. Okay, because those, we have so much of opportunity to share, we will share to those people who are attended to this workshop. Okay, so that's the reason. Yeah, so that's what I say, Ramke, you will get the attendance, before Monday evening. Okay, before Monday evening. Today is Saturday, right? Before Monday evening you probably get your attendance. Okay, and don't ask it in the WhatsApp group. So when I get the certificate again, okay, so all the people, I'm again repeating, you will get your certificate in the Monday evening. Okay, you will get it. Okay, so that's what it is. Just give me a minute. If you have any doubts, you can ask it in the chat box. 3 more minutes is left. Okay, so only 2 attendance we are going to have. So if you fill the first 2 attendance, that is fine. There is no third attendance is there. Okay, so you can if you submitted first 2 attendance, then you probably get your certificate before Monday evening. Before Monday evening, you will get it. Yeah. So that's it. That's it for today. If you have doubts, you can ask it. Within a minute, the meeting will be end. So if you have doubts, you can ask it now. Okay. Okay, so I think so you have, all of you filled your attendance. So if you have any doubts regarding the process, you can ask it in the WhatsApp group, but don't ask about the certificate. Okay, so see you all. Thank you for all. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Shanju, attendance link is in the chat box. Scroll down and you can see 2 attendance we have shared. You need to fill the 2 attendance. Okay. Yeah, thank you all. For Sanju, attendance link is shared before itself. 2 times we have shared the 2 attendance form. Please check it in the WhatsApp. Sorry, check it in the chat group, not WhatsApp. Please check it in the live chat. Scroll down and check it. Yeah, okay, guys. Thank you all. See you next time. Thank you.